Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome. We are here at Spa-Francorchamps, and I'm Cristiano Romano, and I'll be your voice for this afternoon. 4.5 hours of racing in the iconic Spa-Francorchamps racetrack. A racetrack that I don't think it needs any effective review. It has been loved, and it's loved from everyone that races in it. It has always been a phenomenal racetrack. Its history goes back to even before the Second World War, as this track effectively uses all the private roads, and it was used in the very early days of Formula One. It then transformed. Here we have the famous Rouge Radillon, which in some dark times it used to be a chicane, actually, to improve safety for Formula One drivers. It lasted very, very short. Since it was awful for racing, and also this track had some good and horrible moments in its history. We have footages of very iconic moments, like the Senna picture going up Radillon with effectively without grass to be seen, because there were too many people on the grandstands that simply covered every inch of grass, but also very bad moments with some unfortunate, let's say, casualties that happen in this very racetrack. This has not been an easy track in terms of safety because of its incredible speeds, but also we had some funny moments with, for example, what happened with Kimi Raikkonen simply going straight, full speed into a cloud of smoke while the car was effectively exploding on its own flames. Well, not literally exploding, but effectively it was igniting the engine, and they simply didn't care and drove into the distance without any effective visibility, but he still made it in its old times in McLaren. Anyway, now, speaking about... Okay, it is on, let me go into the lobby. Okay, it works, fantastic. As always, let me know if there is any issue with the voice, with the volume control, as the qualifying is going to happen in 6 minutes time, so I can just put everything in its place. Let me pick this one up, connect, and now even this one is on. So, Endurance GT3, GT4, for who doesn't know, this championship goes on for exactly 12 weeks, and we are on week number 9, circuit of Spa-Francorchamps. GT3 and GT4 are going to be on the racetrack at the same time. Next rounds are going to be Suzuka, Monza, and the Nordschleife. So we have history for all of our drivers. In terms of racetrack, in terms of rather standings, because I think I have some time before showing you and letting you know about the racetrack history and some other facts. Let's go in the standings, because at the moment this is the situation in the standings. GT3 overall, with Skidmark Racing and the Future Racing being in first and second, with Skidmark Racing effectively over 1,000 points ahead of Future Racing, and LFM Sports follows in third, practically tied with West Competition Racing, and Adrenaline Racing team has 4,000 points. For some reason it was in the middle of that statistic. And in the meantime, these are all statistics regarding the GT3 Championship. Also, this is a prize championship, so at the very tail end, our sponsor will give the winners ACC Drive lifetime license. For who doesn't know what is ACC Drive, ACC Drive is a fantastic tool that can help you have more control in your race and in your strategy, because it gives you important statistics and data regarding tires, brakes, throttle, and also you can adjust the strategy of your teammate using their tool, which is something that kind of takes the same approach as the one in iRacing, where your teammate can effectively help you in your strategy while you are driving. The vanilla can't do it, the vanilla game of ACC can't do it, but with ACC Drive you can easily help your teammate and help yourself, because it's a fantastic tool and you can always check it out, especially in the links that you can find in the LFM official website. Just go here. Okay, so everything is going perfectly while the standings are ongoing. But speaking about the circuit of Spa-Francorchamps, 7 kilometers long, 19 turns, although it was initially 14.9 kilometers long, shortened to 14 in 1946. So as I say, this track has history even before World War II, as it was created in 1924, and then it was reduced to 7 kilometers as it is now in 1979, although with a bus stop chicane, which was effectively a bus stop chicane, which then became a simple chicane, 19 and 20, so it's effectively not 19 turns but 20 turns. Obviously, the Formula 1 record is the fastest lap that has been registered in this racetrack, 144.7. GT3s can wrap at around 217, 216 even in qualifying, while in the race we can see some 218. And its history has always been interesting. It's also very important in GT racing thanks to its 24-hour Spa-Francorchamps. It is important in the European Le Mans series, and it had its history, and it still has its history in WEC with the 6 hour of Spa. As we are waiting for qualifying to happen, it's going to be happening shortly. So I just have to put this one here, and everything works perfectly. So as I said, yeah, a minute, maybe 2 before qualifying starts, and then we will have 10 minutes of qualifying, followed by the race itself. I'm keeping it away. Obviously, both the German and the British stream are ongoing. And GT3 and GT4 will be then on track on qualifying. GT3 and GT4, this track has an easy way of lapping other cars compared to some others. For example, the North Life has a bit of a difficult approach towards back markets, but in Spa it becomes, I won't say easy, but certainly it's easier than in many other tracks. For example, the first track that comes to my mind is Zolder or Alton Park, where a multi-class racing championship becomes difficult, but certainly not impossible. It certainly helps show, although British GT uses those tracks for their championship, and they are multi-class championship with GT3 and GT4s, so it becomes difficult for them. Also, Spa-Francorchamps, which, if I remember correctly, was for a brief time a track in the British GT Championship, which makes sense from a geographical point of view, but it's not really a British track, this one here. As you can also see the standings again. As I said, the only racing team with 4,000 points in 5th place is perfectly okay, because QRT are behind. For a brief moment I read 5,000 in QRT Esports, and then Alpha Racing Team is in 7th there. As the last cars are crossing the line in their preparation for the race. Team race this one here, so 2 drivers have to be there and have to drive in their race. Not 3 hours race this time around, but 4.5. GT4 is going to be pretty interesting in regards to the GT4 cars, and because the time difference is pretty high between the two, although in terms of lap time it's not that bad. You just have 10 or not 20, apologies, 20 seconds or here and there. No, okay, it was at 2:31 this one here, so you can effectively have, I would say, 13-14 seconds of difference between the two classes. But anyway, I heard the green light, so this means you can go into the live settings and everything works perfectly. Well, this has to be tested. Let me just put some best relative and yeah, okay, we can work with that. So in the tower on the left you will see if it works, both the nationality and the session best relative, and also the manufacturer, that will change. Okay, so the liveries are working, it's just that some don't have the liveries applied because of the requirements to have a livery shown. So for now we will follow Daniel Williams in the left-hand racing number 102. That will give us a first touch of the 7 kilometers long racetrack. With a very nice livery, this one here, with these blue and lime segments. I really like it. I'm full on for a colorful livery. It's also important to say that the classes are going out at the same time. So if you encounter a GT4 on your fast lap, tough luck, just prepare better. As we go into turn 1, last source, down into first gear, over the curb on the inside, very close to the wall. You can use the curb on the outside there, over the yellow sausage, and then downhill into turn 2, and then 3, 4, 5. Rouge Radillon, most famous place of this track. Full speed, and then 6th gear as you cross the exit, the pit lane exit, just brake here before the 100. Just before the 100. Cutting the first and then the second turn of Lecombe. Then getting a wide entry into turn 9, which is always Lecombe, this section of 7, 8, 9. And then into 10, Bruxelles, the hairpin. Going for a wide approach. You can go for a tighter or a wide approach, depending on what do you prefer on your setup. And then into No Name, which has a name now, Jack X, but we will continue to name it No Name. And then Pujon, turn 12, braking while turning. Into 4th gear, over the curb on the outside. Aiming for the one on the inside. Full speed. Into Campus, 13 and 14. Braking under the billboard, over the curb on the inside, over the curb on the outside, and then taking all the assets there to get into Stavelo, 15 and then 16 in 2nd gear. Very wide entry there, and preferably flat out. Unfortunately, a little mistake there for Willems, who I also think maybe went off track. I'm not completely sure, since every lap is red, the first one in my race control, but I think he went just wide and then brought him out, flat out. Not over the curb for Willems. It's very dangerous, but you can do it. And then braking just a few meters before the curb over the bus stop chicane, 19 and 20, to complete your lap around the Belgian racetrack. It was indeed a lap, it was a 17.6 for now. Niadek is ahead of everyone else with its with its 17.1, which gets beaten by Bella Philip for Alpha Racing Team in the 101 McLaren to 17.065, so only 2 milliseconds of difference between the two. And for some reasons, let me just reboot, disconnect, then connect again. Okay, now it should work again. So there was a little mistake in... No, okay. For some reason, tower isn't working. So, for qualifying, let me just switch back to the default one, which works perfectly. I will put back the tower during the race, but it's just that in qualifying it doesn't work for some reasons. So as I said, Niadek is now in 3rd, 47 milliseconds behind, and then Ketonen nearly half a second, so clearly a gigantic gap between 3rd and 4th. In GT4 the situation is slightly different, with Serati leading the pack in the 403 with a 2:30.1. 2 seconds in front of Denisenko, as Philip goes for another improvement, 17.027. So another improvement, but a very, very little one, as Zepp. Oh, that was a wall. I think that the McLaren hit the wall there on inside, as Hoogland put himself in 2nd place with a 106 Ferrari in the Inflix Racing 106, 40 milliseconds behind the leader, then Nop 75 milliseconds, then Niadek 85 milliseconds, tied with Zepp, who put the lap after, so he will be given the latter position, although Raccoon Racing is improving. I'm quite sure about that. as Adrian Manduca is now onto the lead for Project Versio to 16.6. Quite a difference between Philip and Manduca, as the Aston Martin driver now leads comfortably qualifying session. First car under the 17, as we also have a handful of cars into the 17. As Serie goes over the line for Drive to Sim Racing and does improve. He gets a 29.780. And Michael Bosch follows behind in a Mercedes 404 for now with a 31.2, but still some improvement is bound to be seen. As 10 minutes remain, and I just saw Maximilian Zepp going into second place, 3 tenths behind Manduca, but Impact Racing is now in second place and a car number 105. As Benjamin Sachse is rapid and fast, he was bound to become pole sitter. He just missed it out by 2.5 tenths and gets into second place. So GTP Poor Brothers now in second place in the Ferrari 296 in the 115 numbered car. But I saw they were very close to making it. A little mistake in the bus stop apparently is what relegated them to second place, but 4.5 hours, long time for improving your position. As Michael Bosch is improving a lot, an entire second nearly, but this will not be enough. And Mercedes remains in second place, 7 tenths behind the pole sitter in GT4 class. So Xerati remains there. Anuka currently still leading the pack and also improving on himself. So Project Everso can get an important placement. As Saxe goes into the pits, whether to change the driver or to change tires, we will know afterwards. Oh, you can see how close to the limit this car is, because now Willems is back in the lead. 16.550 for the Ferrari up ahead. For left-hand racing. So now Manduca has to... Ooh, that was an off-track. That was an off-track, 100%. Matter of fact, you can see now Manduca going back into the pits. As the car number 106 is improving a tiny bit here for Inflix Racing. Two times at the moment for the Ferrari lineup. That's set early on at 17.0, just on the edge of the 16. As of now, nobody's improving. in GT4, someone is improving, although it's not the leader. It's Nino Burek who is improving. He's currently in 5th place. The car number 402. Oh, some impeding there, unfortunately, for Behrens, who narrowly hit the BMW M4 GT4 and possibly lost some time. And matter of fact, I think they lost the pole because of that car, because now Behrens for Inflix Racing is in 3rd place, 16.847. So now the amount of cars that are in the 16th is now 5. With Bella Philippe still being close, but not into the 16. La Medica here for... Oh, that was my mouse. So for Wolves Racing Team, the car number 119. Let me just take away the mouse. So Medica is improving, currently in 10th place, this team here. Over the chicane. Oh, that was a little mistake, I think, going over the curb a bit too much. But it will be an improvement, a massive improvement. 119 gets into 3rd place with a 16.7. So even for them it was closer to become pole position, but it didn't happen. As drive-through sim racing car number 108. As Bella Philippe is now a bit further up, now in 7th place. Now 8th, apologies. As Maximilian... Oh no, wait, I think... Oh, Behrens just went into pole position for Inflix Racing in the car number 106 by 5 milliseconds only on Williams. In the car 102. So as I said, I think it was yeah, like improving, because now Philip is in 8th, not even in 7th place. And that was the car that was leading with the fastest lap early on, as James Julians is making a good improvement there, but also Mueller is doing so by 8 tenths. This car sits a second and a half practically away from pole, but as it stands, an entire second has been gained by the 118 downforce racing. Do we go with a little onboard camera with this team here? Look in the mirror. That is Bella Philippe, who is not improving. It's possibly just hoping to get more time, but at this point this could become impeding if he overtakes, as Manduka gets into pole. 16.450. Look at the McLaren, this could become impeding. It doesn't become impeding since the McLaren backs off. No, that was a mistake. Oh, no, 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 no. That was an important mistake for Müller. Who lost everything. That's very unfortunate. He completely lost the car on entry. as Manduka is now into the lead by a single tenth, or not even, 16.450 against a 16.545 just behind. It's a very tight gap, the one that is forming in a first group that is effectively forming. That is the one that goes from 1st to 9th, which is very close. Then there is a little bit of gap to 10th, 11th, 12th. And then from 12th to 17th is another group. And then from 18th downward is the final group there in GT3. In GT4, situation remains the same with Drive Through Racing that keeps P1, Michael Bosch currently driving 404 Mercedes for FFR Racing. FFR Motorsport, apologies. Still sitting in second. And the loudest GT4 available sits in third, another 6 tenths behind. So this tense the situation in GT4 is not really as competitive as the one in GT3. As Manduka now starts, I think the final possible lap, but I'm quite sure it's already pole for them, since all of their chasers are into the pit, and they will remain into the pit. Only Saxe is in 7th, still running the car, but he's not improving. As qualifying is over. So yeah, it's effectively pole position. As Bella Philippe jumps into 4th, 3 times away. So nice improvement for the McLaren driver, but not enough to get into pole. 16.757. But is, unless... no, okay, Saxe is not even on a valid race lap, so this will be pit for them, and the car number 105 is not really improving, unless race control is... spreading misinformation. But that 16.450 will be staying there at the very top of the table. Again, apologies if the tower isn't the usual, but for some reasons it's not working in qualifying. Again. But in the race it should work perfectly. I think this could be another improvement. Just to state their dominance. I think they can improve even more for Project Versio. Into Blanchimont, flat out. Slightly over the curb. Everyone is into the pit. So this is the only track, the only car still on track that will improve, or will he not? It is an improvement, 16.332. It wasn't needed, but it happened. So that was another fast lap, and we have our pole sitters. So drive through sim racing sits at the top in GT4, being followed by FFR Motorsport and I can't read it, everything is on top, so just let me see here. Slow Motion Racing Team 406, and at the very top we see Adrian Manduka for Project Versio, then Infelix Racing, and then LHR Left Band Racing. But we can go into the starting grid, which gives us, let's see if it already works. Let me take this away. And let me get back my tower, because I kind of want it. Here it is. Let me see if everything is correct. Race gaps, nationalities. And position delta. So yeah, this should help. And let me also go into P1, which I am already into. And here. So OBS is not really helping at the moment, but let's go into our starting grid. Let me give a refresh. Not yet. Possibly still needs a couple of seconds to go through. Let me just okay, now everything works again. So Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team starts in first place. We got Ferrari Esports in second, with Team Nitro starting in third. So we got car number 108 FIFA Racing Esports starting in fourth place, with Skidman Racing starting in 103 Aston Martin, as Medcap Racing starts in 6th place there in 105. Then we got Mcon Esports. Then we got Timor Esports starting in 8th place. Or in Megens for Inflix Racing starting in 9th. Then a very purple livery for Future Racing Esports. Starting in 10th. Fortunately, the Mustang is still glitched out, so Ranieri Racing will not have a high view, but it will start in 11th place. We got QRT Esports starting in 12th place. Home of Sim Racing Esports starts in 13th. As Eurobit Intensifies starts in 14th. We have a Nismo, we have a GT3, and we have a 116 starting in 15th place. Then we got in 16th place Team 32, with a very nice VRT livery. 17th place it's a Adrenaline Racing team in the car 109. 117. So there was a car more, because everything is shifted, so there is a car more, but not in the standings. Because, okay, Skidmore Racing is starting in 19th place, as DB3 Motorsport starts in the Audi, which is not present. Oh, it's just because it was behind. And the 122 Double Duck Racing starts in 21st. And the 123 starts in 22nd place, so for some reasons they're a bit glitched. Then 255 competition by goal setups only in 23rd place in the Mustang. Then we got the DNMC MS Youngsters in the 401 McLaren. Penguin Racing Esports in the 413 Mercedes starts in 2nd place in GT4. So we've got the DK Racing starting in 3rd place in GT4. This one Antal for Samurai's Racing Team up there in the 404. And No Speed Racing starts in 28th place, but we have to go back at the very start the competition. Let me just give you some more there. And Spa-Francorchamps round starts shortly with Jonathan Riley ahead of Grant Ascarikas and green light, and away we go. Nice start by pretty much everyone. There isn't any real exception. Going side by side into Rouge Radillon. That's side by side between the Aston Martin and the Ferrari driver. I think Zimbal has had the better pace there. As you can see, a long train of cars forms up behind Riley, and Carikas is just alongside, getting bump drafted by the Bentley, going for 2nd place as Carikas is now ahead of everyone else in the yellow Ferrari, whilst Team Nitro is there in 2nd, maybe 4th. Contact between the two cars, and more contact delivers Zimbal in a very nice position, going into the inside, a free wide. Oh, nearly a pit maneuver, nearly a takedown there for Riley on Huben, but Huben jumps into 2nd and then goes wide again, and more contact with Zimbal this time around. I think there is a very high chance for the Ferrari behind. That's Dennis Hadler going into the inside, into no name. More contact between the Aston Martin and the Ferrari driver, as they both go into Pujon, side by side, losing a lot of time on Raleigh. And this is just... oh, that's Fisher Racing going extremely wide. I think that's Abe Santema losing an eternity in terms of timing. As you can see, more contact between Santema and Bixby. It wasn't Santema, it was, I think... can't find the number. I think it was, yes, it was Haim, now in 11th place, or rather 10th, after Bixby went extremely wide into Stavelo, into the exit of Stavelo. As the Fisher Racing Esports has to get back into an important position. maybe some contact between the two cars, but it doesn't happen. They both remain on the same strategy. Meanwhile, Nazgitashvili drive through for improper starting position, so this car will go into the pits and will lose all the time in the world because it's the endurance pit lane. So an entire minute lost in the pits. As Zimbal is driving the Aston Martin for Future Racing Esports in the 108, now in 4th place. Although you can see the gap behind is enormous. Ahead, it's a bit less, as Riley went into pole and now sits in 3rd, maybe 4th, after losing an eternity on the cars ahead and putting Zimbal in a very important position of being able to jump a car, as Benjamin Voigt gets the position on Bixby, losing another place on Bratanovic. That was Megan's losing the position. Oh, that's another position lost. It's Chris Radke ahead. Oh wait, this was a Ferrari going completely the other way. What happened there? So we can go through for a replay of what happened to the Ferrari going into Bruxelles. So if suspect some contact. Oh, evasive action. It's evasive action because there was an Aston Martin, which I think it was Voigt, losing a lot of time, losing the rear, and that's Radke losing another chunk of time, nearly getting overtaken by Kritin behind for Team 32. The strength of the driver is also in adaptability, because being able to drive a single car doesn't really help you when that car is not that good. So you also have to be good in more than one car. Visceral Esports at the moment sits in 1st with Niklas Huben setting the fastest lap, and Bufby, who started from last place for 255 competitions in the 101, is now in 16th place. As you can see now, Ian Basher for Orbit intensifies defending against two different cars into turn 1, and that's a BMW losing the place on Maya. And that's the Audi 120 jumping a position. That's 18th place for the R8. As we can go back ahead, Dennis Adler for Madcap Racing, the German just behind Zimbal. This time around Zimbal is getting attacked rather than being the one attacking, as Buffy just made another place. That was on Radke. Forgot that the Mustang has some issues in the cameras. And here it is, Eric Heim, who lost the car into Campus early on. Just behind Rainieri. As a Fisher Racing driver will possibly be very aggressive on the Mustang ahead. Situation in GT4 remains a bit more calm, with Lucas Buchak for the NMC keeping the lead, Martin Perny in 2nd, and Keffer in 3rd, with Jopos closing by and being very, very close, but not yet there. Slightly different in GT3, where Adler is practically glued to Zimbal's diffuser, that after going for a charge on the rally, lost time. Last time around it was a 16.6 compared to a 16.2 from Adler, as Buffy went on for another pass. That's now 14th place for the Mustang driver, who is not just eating cars. Was already Megan's is in a bit of a difficult place where he has to both overtake Bratanovic and defend against Voigt. As Dennis Sadler this time around goes on the outside and takes the position on Zimbal, on the Camel. So now the 105 leads. Oops, apologies. Leads in front of Zimbal. So we go back with Haim. Behind them, 2 seconds to Bixby. Ahead, slightly different. Oh, Caracas made a mistake. Caracas made a massive mistake, and now the gap is back to a single half second rather than 3. It's another way to say a second and a half, I know. It was a bit too articulated, but it was fancy. As Buffy goes on the outside, nearly goes for... Okay, no, never mind. He goes for an important overtake. More contact there for the Aston Martin driver. But Voigt has to give up the position on Buffy going on the outside, which then became the inside. But a very nice brush on a nice canvas for Buffy, who put the car now in 13th place. But Milan Keys could be very keen on making another pass, which puts Radke in a very interesting position, trying to go on the inside of Milan Keys. As Caracas went on to put the fastest lap for a brief second, after losing an entire half second on Huben, who sits in second, 4 times behind the leader, with a 15.5 as the last lap being scored for the Bentley driver, who, as you can see here, has an important mission to accomplish. Getting first place is a must. Defending inside, the Caracas. Oh, this was a lift off. Lift and course for the Bentley. So he decides to stay behind and to not commit to it. There wasn't enough either space or will to do it, but for now Kuben remains behind, sitting and waiting for a chance. Zimbal now back into the attacking phase. But this time Adler rather than Riley. But they both have to cooperate, because Riley is running away. He's not getting closer to Huben, but he's running away from this duo. Into Blanchimont, it's a bit of a difficult task. Maybe into the bus stop, with the Ferrari defending into the middle of the racetrack, and everything remains normal. Tiny bit behind in 12th place. It's completely different, because as you can see here, Megan's defense against 2 different cars, as Buffy goes into the middle, takes the position on Megan's. And that's Bratanovic in the Nissan that keeps the fight alive for themselves. Oh, that was a bit of a lunge for the Ferrari driver, and that's Megan's back in 12th place. As Buffy and Megan's are now battling for that position. As Buffy retains 12th place. Situation in 5th remains the same. The situation in 13th doesn't remain the same, with Voigt getting the position for 2 seconds, roughly, on Megan's for Influx Racing. As George Boothby for 255 competitions after starting from the very tail end of the pack. Now gets interested in what is ahead. 11th place with Frein Bratanovic driving the Nissan GT3. Which is a rare occurrence in these days. We are here at the very top of the standings into P1's rear wing. Last time around it was a 16.3 for Caracas, it was a 16.2. For Huben, 16.1 for Lally, 16.6 for Adler, 16.8 for Zimba. Oh, that was a bit of a lift off. And that little lift off could deliver the position to Huben. Doesn't happen. And again, eventually can't really make the overtake there. And now Zimbal is in more troubles because Galitsky is just behind. Oh, not even just behind. I think he's going to make a move maybe on Bruxelles, which doesn't happen. As Buscher makes the position on Radke. A very damaged car. We can have a better look at what happened here on the Ferrari driver. Oh, he just cut completely the corner and he got overtaken by the other Ferrari. So we go back into 6th place. Aston Martin driver could go on the outside. He does go on the outside. Oh, more contact between the two cars. Both go wide, lose time to the car ahead, and then Sadler gains an entire second out of it, while Zimbal just remains in 5th place. So he's not really enjoying it. He's not having a good time, and this is just helping Gabe Santema behind the car number 104 to get even closer. Flashing the lights for Timor Esports, car number 113. As Huben is very close this time around. Could it be for position? This time has to be for position. No, this isn't for position. They are just creating the gap from the car behind at this point. Completely different here, where Gatsinski goes on the outside, cuts immensely early the door on Zimbal, who tries to go on the outside but loses the position at the end. And into Bruxelles, that's another place lost for Fisher Racing Esports that was starting 2 positions ahead, made a very nice start, then started to lose positions. QRT Sports with Big B in 10th place. Was very close to Heim, who lost the draft from Raineri. Situation in GT4 is still the same, as we have the DNMC in the lead, we have Penguin Racing in second, we have DK Racing in 26th place, which is third in class, and then just behind it's No Speed Racing. Although very close to the car ahead. Then we got Official Racing completing your top 5 with Samurai Racing, Alpha Racing. That's a very long team name. LMLM Racing Team Hungary in 31st, Dragon Racing in 32nd, Northern Racing in 33rd, with the Corvette TSC Racing in 34th, Pixel Pilots in 35th, 36th for Rejaka Racing Team, and then completing the field is car number 414 Akibua Racing. Back in GT3, Finn Zimbal still leads away. Oh, that's Bixby very close to the car ahead. It's extremely close, matter of fact. As mayhem happens here with the Nissan losing a place on Kiss that now gets ahead. That was drive-through Sim Racing getting 13th place with an important strategy from the Nissan driver going on the AstroTurf on the left. Interesting strategy. As Clive Bixby, car number 119, sits in 10th place. Which then becomes... no, it doesn't become 9th. But there was a chance there for the QRT Sports driver. But it actually remains there. For a brief moment after going side by side with Bixby. This could be Haim losing the place on Bixby, now in 9th place for QRT Sports. With Fisher Racing getting now 10th place. So we get into 15th place still behind Bratanovic for 14th place. This is the battle. And this is not completely clear after what happened early. Now Radke is very close to Vogt. As you can see from this image here. And then Busher and Kritin are also not really that far away, as Zimbal tried to go in front of Galitsky, didn't manage to do so. After encountering the first of the GT4s, Aston gets in front of the two behind. Will this be enough for Zimbal to get another place? Oh, there was a... I think there was an incident behind. Something happened here. Possibly a GT4. Can I have a replay telling us what happened? So the situation is, oh, it was extremely dangerous, 4 wide, into Radivion. Way too close for these drivers to a complete disaster. And Zimbal got a position on the Aston, and oh, that was a mistake made because of a GT4. And now Zimbal sits in front of Galitsky. Although I don't think it's over. As you can see, side by side into Blashimon. This is extremely dangerous for these two drivers. Ooh, that was a track limit for certain for Galitsky. But Zimbal remains where he is, in 5th place. As Heim and Bixby are also battling here, with Boothby just behind. Not sure why he's showing that Bixby and Heim are switching positions, since they clearly are not. Bixby effectively shifting a lot. So possibly into some fuel strategy mode. Oh, that was a lift off. I think that was for track limits, and also because of the GT4 that was sitting ahead, and unfortunate for Bixby, this was detrimental to their position, since as you can see, Heim now gets the position done, and that's now 9th place for Heim, as Boothby gets the inside line into the combo. Can he make it into the Mustang? Throws the car into the inside, it doesn't go for an overtake. Maybe now he will, as you can see from this outside camera. That's from the Hurricane. Trying to switch sides, nothing still happens. And now the position happens. The position gets changed. And that's now Boothby in 10th place. Just in front of Bixby. And just the tail end of the top 10. With Haim just ahead. Meanwhile... Oh! Contact there! And Santema is stopped on track! Something happened with the McLaren. Something happened with the McLaren and the Mustang. Everything is unfolding rapidly. I think there was an incident between Raineri and Santema. And now we have Haim in 7th, Boothby in 8th, Raineri in 9th, just ahead of Bixby, and Santema leading. Yeah, Santema is now in 11th place. Oh, that's a massive mistake for the Mustang driver who loses 2 places, as now Santema is back in 10th at the very least. And I think Boothby is about to pass Haim. Yes, he is. He goes on the inside of the combo, gets the overtake down on Haim, and that's Haim now in 8th place. Cliff Bixby is in 9th. And Santema just follows, losing the rear massively, and that's possibly an opportunity for the Mustang driver behind, who now sits in 11th place. Early on, he was sitting in 7th. At the very top of this train here, Santema still defends hard into no name with a GT4 that creates some struggles for the car number 104. For MCon Esports. And I honestly want to have a better look at what happened early on with the incident. I suspect it had something to do with the GT4. So this is what happened early. No, wait, that's a bit too late. Whatever happened, it was early. Ah, see, it was this one here. Have a look from the helicam. Or rather from the outside view, as you can see the 2 cars going one after the other. Ooh, the McLaren tried to go for an inside maneuver, hit the Mustang, and they both stand stationary for a good chunk of time. Meanwhile here, Niklas Huben and Granat Karikas are still in quote-unquote a fight, because Huben had the chance to make an overtake, but every time it was just there to be made, and never happened. Meanwhile, Orin Megens gets alongside Christian Raineri and doesn't commit for the pass. He thinks about a switch back into Bruxelles. It's a very nice touch there. The one where you can see the driver's names on the door. Oh, this is a major struggle for the Mustang that nearly impacts into the leader in GT4 class. And the same nearly happened to Megan's either. Because he didn't see the Mustang braking, or because he didn't see the GT4 going to the right. But Megan's 2 nearly had major incident with the GT4 after the one that nearly happened to Raineri. So close call for both drivers. Which split it is? It is the first split. As you can see from the times being set, 16.2 at the very 16.9 at the very top of the standings at the moment, this was the last time, although Relay made a 16.4 and the best lap being set was a 16.245, although it was a 16.1 technically, but it was an off track because Riley has that 16.1, but it doesn't have the purple lap, which was set by Huben in a legal way without going off track. So 16.9 for both the leaders. Relay with a 16.4, and Megan's gets the position done on the Mustang. Can go for a replay. But from the outside gets the position, and that's now 11th place for the Ferrari driver. As Zimbal is still battling with the car behind. Last time around it was a 17.025 for Zimbal and a 17.015 for Galitsky. An enormous gap of 10 milliseconds has been covered by the car number 113. Also, you can see on the bottom right of your screen there are the times. Last time around it was a 17.2, 17.0, contact between the two cars, and that Zimbal going off, cutting the chicane, slowing down to avoid a track limit violation. And that's Galitsky that will have to remain behind, otherwise this will be deemed as taking advantage. Matter of fact, Galitsky remains there in 6th place. Back in front, this is the time, this is the overtake, this is not the overtake. Lotto 5? Apologies. This still isn't the overtake. 17.735 for Caracas, 16, apologies. 0.735 for Caracas, 16.787 for Huben, 16.842 for Riley. These three are the only drivers that managed to get under the 17 mark, as Adler went for a 17.0, Zimbal for a 19.0, 18.2 for Galitsky, 16.9, apologies, even for Buppi, now in 7th. $17.5 for Haim, 17.2 for Big Please, 17.6 for Santema, who lost a lot of time on everyone around. But I'm starting to think that Ferrari will become an important matter of discussion between Huben and Caracas, because now they are not cooperating anymore. They have to run, and they have to do it now. Because Jonathan Relay for Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team is just there. They were starting in the very lead of the race, lost 2 places, and now they are back at it. Although, this could be the time for a pass. After a bit of a mistake there into the bus stop. 17.0 for Caracas, 16.9 for Huben, who gets into the inside, goes over the curb. Oh, contact between 2 cars into La Source, but that's Huben getting the position down on Caracas, and Riley is still gaining on them, although a bit less than expected. A bit of a paint job rush between the 2 cars leading the pack, leaving Riley with an important job to cover as much time as possible in this particular moment, as these two are not over with it. The Ferrari is very, very fast on the straight, goes on the inside, goes over the marbles, takes the position for a brief moment and gets behind the Bentley. I was saying the Mustang. You get behind the Bentley, and as you can see now, Riley is glued to them. Now this is a three-way fight for the lead of the race. Meanwhile, Gasiski is pretty glued to Zimbal ahead, and Haim now loses the place on the Bixby. That's 8th place for the car number 119 for QRT Esports. As Ranieri chose a different strategy. Well, not so different, considering a stint here is 48 minutes. This means they have 10 minutes on their timers, because 38 minutes have passed, and 10 minutes remain on their stint. So the Mustang lineup went for an undercut. As the car 110 is showing... Oh no, okay, yes, it's because it's going out of the pits. Meanwhile, Jonathan Riley. I don't know if it's correct to say Riley since he's British. Yeah, it's definitely. I thought he was German for a moment. So, Jonathan Riley for Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports. And I'm quite sure I have to say the full name, otherwise I am effectively very close to the Ferrari HQ, so they can beat me up if I say it wrongfully. Uzi, jokes aside, it's important to say the full name for obvious reasons. And also, as a Ferrari fan, I am contractually obliged to do it. Meanwhile, situation up here remains, I wouldn't say stable, more like static. Because this is not really... Oh, there was an off-track. That was Caracas track limit. Remember, they have 3 track limits. And the 4th one is a drive-through. Same drive-through that... Oh, wait! Apologies, it wasn't a pit stop, it was a drive-through for exceeding track limits for Ranieri. Major one there. So, drive-through for both Ranieri and Naskitashvili, but for 2 different reasons. The car number 103 had to do drive-through for improper starting position. The car number 110 had to do it for track limits violations. Meanwhile, Caracas and Riley. Visceral Esports against Scuderia Ferrari HP. What is going to happen here? As Ruben is flying away in a, I would say easy manner. Certainly not an easy manner for common human beings like me. 16.6 at this stage is phenomenal. $16.9 for Caracas, 16.8 for Riley. As the British driver has an opportunity to make it into second. For now, the British remains behind Caracas. The car number 106. Now a second .2 behind Huben for Team Nitro. As Bentley is having a good time. but very little time remains for them on track. Meanwhile, Haim is not really having a good time with the connection, because I'm seeing him appearing and disappearing in the standings. So if any connection issue keeps happening, we may see this car here disconnecting. So it's a little advice to change driver this pit stop. As Buffy, you can see there 16 places have been gained by George Buffby for 255 competitions by Go setups. The car number 101 is charging to get as quick as possible ahead. Next target for Buffby and the whole crew in the 101 race car is Klim Galitsky and Finn Zimbal as the Future Racing Esports driver has had a back and forth with the car number 113. Oh! Major incident between the two cars! And that's Galitsky completely taking away, practically, Zimbal. And I want to stay here because I don't know if there is any major downforce damage. Yes, there is. There has to be. Look at this. Zimbal losing a lot of time on the straights already. And that's Galitsky taking the place on Zimbal. We can have a better look at it. This replay. So, have a look from the rear wing into turn 1, into La Source. Completely missing the braking line. I thought it was worse. I'll be honest, I thought it was worse. From the external camera, I thought it was way worse, but it's still some damage that will have to be repaired. Meanwhile, Ferrari against Ferrari for second place. With this car that started at the very top of the standings, lost a couple of places, and now they are back at it with some very important laps in the last minutes. Although this one will be a 17.7 because of some GT force, as Adler chooses to get in early. Or maybe everyone has to do it. Yes, there isn't enough time left for everyone else. They have to go into the pits, everyone else. Oh, Bixby. Oh. I think we will see a drive-through here. I don't think Bixby will make it on time. Yeah, they will not make it on time. Yeah, it's highly difficult. Meanwhile, goes on the inside, thinks about it, and stays out of it, and remains behind the yellow Ferrari. So as I was saying, I think there will be a drive-through for Bixby for exceeding stint time limits, because the stint timer will end at 3 hours and 42 minutes to go. They cross the line roughly with 2 minutes and 15 to go on timer. So unless they do a perfect lap, I don't think they will make it. And if they will, I think this will be extremely dangerous. no matter what. And for a single lap, I think it's a bit of a gamble. Meanwhile, out of the pits, still no one. These 4 will go into the pits in the upcoming minute, because they just have 37 seconds before the clock runs out. So as you can see, Huben gets in, Carragher gets in, Riley gets in. 20 seconds. No, okay, it's impossible. It's physically impossible. 12 seconds. 10 seconds. Can they make it? 5, 4... Okay, no. Just about drive-through. Drive-through for exceeding timers. So Bixby for QRT Sports will get the drive-through for exceeding stint timer. And Adler now sits in 5th place as the first cadet went out. And the 113 with Klim Galitsky is still driving, is 6th. Fisher Racing Esports, after some damage repair, sits in 7th. It was very, very little damage repair, only 8 attempts. I thought way worse. Good for them. And I'm not seeing any particular trouble in the pits. Only the car number 116 stayed stationary for a bit too much. 3 seconds more than everyone else. So I think they are going to put the car in the pits, but I'm 99% sure that will be a drive-through. Unless they, which I think they did, they selected the drive-through this lap. I think they will do it in the next lap. So I'm quite sure that they went in after the 42. After the 48 minutes from the start. Lost a good chunk of time there. So Wasner is now driving for Team Nitro, with Juknevicius driving for Visual Esports, and Chris Hartwald driving for Scuderia Ferrari HP. Meanwhile, Dennis Adler for Madcap Racing still remains in 4th, and Klim Galitsky is still in 5th for Timur Esports, as Gasker in a Mustang is now ahead of the Fisher Racing number 108. Ah, Bessantema, very close to Maurice Rockefeller, the 107 for Future Racing Esports. So battle against McLarens. I'm looking in the pits. Nothing odd happened because Wasner is now 3 seconds ahead of the 106. Early on the gap was 1.5. But ironically, the car now in 2nd place was stationary in the pits for less time compared to the 2 cars around them, and yet they lost time on both. Not sure the reason for that. It was a difficult fire up for Redfeld, because They stayed stationary for 32 seconds, but remained into the pit for nearly an entire second more than Basner. As I think, yeah, as expected, Nico Hanke now driving for the QRT Esports in the car number 119, drive-through for exceeding stint timer. So we have our third drive-through of the afternoon, or rather the evening at this point. And that's Abe Santema going into the inside, and that's position done. 8th place for Santema on Rockefeller. Car number 104 is now 10 seconds behind Colin Young in 7th. Meanwhile, Sam Gaskell here. The car number 119 is out of the pits, but in 22nd place after a drive-through. Now more GT4s in the middle of the way for both Gaskell and Galitsky. The situation in GT4 for now remains quite stable. There haven't been many overtakes among the drivers. We will have a look at it. So this fight gets done. That's very close. I'll be honest, that's very close between the Aston and the Mustang. As the Ford is quite strong in the straights, and as a matter of fact, gets the position done on Galitsky, and Gaskell is now in 5th place, 7 seconds behind Adler in the car number 105. So the situation in GT4, we can still see the YMC leading the pack with Marvin Moritz driving the McLaren. Then just behind it's Penguin Racing Esports, car number 413 with Joseph Fernestorfer driving into the 4th place. 3rd place in class, it's still DK Racing with No Speed Racing just in front of Eric Beckman. So this is actually a fight for position, getting altered by the GT3s that are passing by. These two, or these three rather, are currently battling for 8th place at the moment. I think we can give some coverage to... I think there is an overtake here in GT3. Oh, that's a 107 going extremely wide, losing a good chunk of time on Santema ahead. This could realistically be the position lost for Fisher Racing. Over the curb. Over the curbs. No track limits. And now passing the car in second in GT4. As these two are keeping the same lines as Pascal Giroux for Home Sim Racing Esports. Oh, that Ferrari there was very, very much sideways. Trying to pass ahead of these two that are also battling in fourth position. As Eric Beckman and Chip Pelus are just here. Into third, then back into fourth. There are currently a lot of battles going on, and I'm sure the overtake will happen in one of these. Just have to be lucky and to be keeping the cameras in one of those, which I will try. Oh, now there are 4 battles going on. Fantastic. So there is the battle for 9th, the battle for 11th, the battle for 15th, the one for 17th place, all ongoing. As you can see here, the Ferrari defending against Giroux. That's Milan Keys for Drive Through Sim Racing. Defending the inside, weaving a little bit. Oh, it was maybe a bit of time being lost, upshifting on the uphill section over the marbles. So this will not help their run onto the comb. That's still side by side, but the Aston Martin remains behind for now. Meanwhile, we can have a replay at what happened early on. Between Booker and not really. Oh, that was a car. Oh, that was a car going into the barriers. Sebastian Broche completely demolishing the car. And I have no clue why. Oh, it's already too late. Let me go for a longer replay there for Skidmark Racing now. Effectively done for the race. So what happened here? Was it a complete loss of traction or was it a contact? Oh, it was a contact. Oh, it was a contact. Ooh. Not great. That's for certain. Maybe from the helicam is more visible what happened. So there was a McLaren there. Oh, they just didn't see the BMW going on the outside. Effectively putting Skidmark Racing out of contention completely. So that's what happened between the two. And I think it was Chief Thelus hitting the BMW driver. So now Eric Beckman is just behind second place in class. Unfortunately, because of the replay, we lost the overtake for fourth place, but this is for third in class. Can the 4-3 for Fisher Racing Academy jump the Mercedes? Oh! The Mercedes completely off the racetrack. Is it into the wall? No, it isn't, but it was very, very close for it to happen. Let's have a better look at it. So far, the 413 gets into the gravel and nearly sends itself into the wall. So Pascal Giroux is still there for Home of Sim Racing Esports. So another place has been lost by Pernell Storfer on the McLaren that was following them. So that's into La Source. That's a Mercedes driver losing the position. So now we see the 403 in third place in class and 405 extremely close to them. Currently two battles ongoing, as you can see here. Now you can see it. That's McLaren that is struggling a tiny bit now. I saw some blue flags, so that's why. There's a car passing by. I think that Aston is... there should be... the 108. It's a 123, apologies. It's Rudy Anod. Onto the splitter cam. We can have a better look at what's happening. As a QRT race car passes through. Only 21st, unfortunately. So the Mercedes is targeting Fellow. So this is currently a freeway battle for third in GT4. As we go back into 12. Still, the battle between Giroud and Kiss is going on. Little update on the situation up ahead. Wasner just lapped 16.2, 16.7 for Jognevic, 16.8 for Harderweld, 16.8 for Adler, 16.1 for Gaskell, and then 16.9 for Galitsky, 16.6 for Janke, and then Santema only 17.7. So possibly a mistake there. But at the current situation, Wasner is just lapping fast. And he is delivering. Going into the lead. And as it seems, without any intention of slowing down. Tiny bit more than an hour has passed. Still 3 hours and 20 minutes to go. Over the outside, can he make it? Can he make it? It's very, very, very close between the two. Over the curb for Aston Martin. Over the outside now of Lecombe. Cut back. Contact. Oh, and the Ferrari into the wall. It didn't into the wall. It's just in the middle of the racetrack though. And now into the grass. Narrowly. Narrowly. Without hitting anything. But 109 is now in table spots. So you can see from the rear wing. Side by side between the two, Aston tried to go for a cutback. Oh, little tap, and I think he just made it without a scratch. There was a little contact with the wall, but it was the slightest contact in the history. For Milan Kiss. Suspect some penalty will be applied to Giroud, although Kiss went into which was defensive mode a bit late, maybe. Tried to cover the inside, and the Aston was simply already committing to that line, so maybe the stewards will be giving it a racing incident tag rather than an effective fault for one of the drivers. That one there, I think it is the battle in GT4 between Isvan Antal and Joseph Pernerstorfer. Sorry, Megans. Car number 115. Into the Ferrari, that was a bit of a slip in the rear. As one is to Capella now. And all the Megans are battling for position number 9. Apologies if I was muted, it's just that I required a bit of pause for my voice. As both Megan and Rockefeller have to avoid any battle now because there is a McLaren in the middle of the way. There's also important situation developing here for Kai Pao. After there was a contact. There was definitely a contact between Pao and Valand. But that's possibly the position done for Kidmark Racing in the car number 103. Reminder that the numbers also mean the strength of the team. So this is the team that realistically, according to their strength, should deliver third. They are just in 18th place after a lot of things happened to them, but more especially a GT4. Yeah, the Mustang using a bit of the track that usually isn't available for drivers. Autocask now is very, very close to making it into 4th as the 413 is done. Was it for damage with someone else? So this was the Mercedes. We saw a lot of times already. So yeah, it just stopped in the middle of the racetrack for some reasons. And now Gaskel gets on the inside and takes the position on Dennis Adler. Just before the bus stop. As Adler tries to get the position again. But it's now Adler for Melcap Racing in 5th, with Gaskel for 255 competitions in 4th place. As this is still not over. Adler for now tries to at least keep pace with the car number 101. That, as the number suggests, they can, and they are still trying to deliver the car in pole. There's a good chance for Adler as of now, but I'm not completely certain that this chance will remain. I hard stopped for a moment because I saw a lead change, but it never happened. It was just a graphical glitch. Wasn't still 3.5 seconds in front of Duke Vicious, who is now 7.3 seconds ahead of Hertzwald in 3rd place. Back into the fight for 9th, which effectively never stopped, as Maurice Rockefeller still leads in 9th place against Orin Megens in 10th for Inflix Racing. Full Dutch lineup there, as you can see from the little flags on the door, and a very colorful livery with every single color available on the car, which is not really a bad thing. I'm actually a huge fan of colorful liveries. Oh, there was a bit of an awful track there for both Rockefeller and Megens, as the Dutch driver and the German are now 4.5 seconds behind Santema for 8th. But now a little second forms between the two. So it is a little moment that gives us another battle. And this is the one between Kritin and Buescher. Although Buescher loses the place as soon as we get there, and that's now Anatoly Kritin getting in front of Buescher. And that's Team 32 just ahead of Eurobeat intensifies. Oh, that's a long lunge on the bounce stop, and that's a mistake for Kritin. Could have a better look at it. So the BMW gets defensive and breaks way too late, loses completely the racing line and ends up a second and a half behind the opponent. Now, Sandro Sabo, here we are in GT4. He's currently about to battle with Joseph Pennerstorfer, that once was in third, now he sits in 7th place in class, and he is risking 8th place because in the last lap 2 seconds and a half have been lost by the car number 413 and the car 408 for Racing Team Hungary. Is currently in 30th, but very close to making it into 29th. As you can see now, GT3 is getting very close in the mirrors. Blue flags saying to the drivers that they have to give the way to the faster cars. Oh, that's quite a mistake there for the BMW, that is losing a massive amount of time on these GT4s, but this just helps the McLaren driver to be quicker than Pennerstorfer. And now Sabo is ahead. 7th place for Sandro Sabo, 8th place for Joseph Pennerstorfer. That's a position lost for the Mercedes driver. Meanwhile, this is still going on. Situation up ahead is interesting because now Djokovic is starting to gain back some time. Last lap around it was a 16.8 for Djokovic ahead. It was a 17.3 for Wasner. And Hartwell is simply in no man's land because at the moment he's at 18.4, which was a very slow lap compared to what the team can achieve. Remember that Scuderia Ferrari HP was starting in first, now they find themselves in third and 7 seconds behind. There is a very quick Sam Gaskell lapping nearly a second per lap quicker than Chris Hartwell. 16.8 the last lap, 16.8 even this lap. Chris Hartwell lost another 7 tenths with a 17.5. And Adler is also a bit further away, but he's closing the gap. He's definitely closing the gap on the car in third. 3 hours of racing in Spa-Francorchamps. And this fight is getting spicy, because I think we could see some overtake sooner or later. $17.5 for Megas, 17.6 for Rockefeller. These two are practically lapping at the same rhythm, and they are not really neither gaining nor losing on the cars around, as it was. Well, they are definitely gaining on this lap. It was an 18.0 for Pascal Giraud and Milan Kiss, and it was a 17.7 on Santema, so they're actually on the same rhythm as Santema in a 104 in 8th place. They can still make some gains in this scenario, especially during the pit phase, because if some have damage, it's likely they will go on to repair the car, and if so happens, there is a high chance to make positions out of that. Obviously, for who doesn't know, for who just started watching, this championship is sponsored by ACC Drive, which is an important tool for your strategies and the race management in ACC. You can even adapt your teammate's strategy in real time, even if you're not driving, and you can have more information about tires and grip levels. Especially because you can practically see the pressure you're applying to the tires, so you can have a better setup for your racecraft. And also thanks to all of our sponsors that you can see on the bottom part of the screen, just like caseking.de, or which you can make some important purchases. And we'll just wait a second here, because maybe there's a chance here. A couple of drivers are going into the pits. But as I was saying, these championships, because obviously there are many more being managed from LFM, is also thanks to all of our sponsors, caseking.de, Go Setups, ACC Drive and SyncMesh. All of them helping this engine going forward. Sorry, Megans. Can he still make a pass on the GT4? That was close. I thought there was some more availability for Megans, who lost some time on the car ahead. Rockefeller now having some gap. And also going into the pits because it's time. The stint is ending soon, and now they are into the pits. For this stint, Megans remains behind Rockefeller. Whether there will be a change in the driver or not, it's going to be extremely important the moment on which both cars will exit the pits. Meanwhile, Anatoly Kritin here in 15th place, still behind Busha. All of them into the pits. The only cars that are still out are the ones from 5th onwards. So Basner, Joknevicius, Hartveld, Gaskell and Adler. Although I'm quite sure this will be the time on which we will see them into the pits. As Capo still out. This guy that at the very beginning had the drive-through for improper starting position and then had to pit because of a damaged car. Now finds itself in 6th, a minute behind Adler, and are not really having the race of their life. Now that there is some pit lane action, I think it's a good time to remind you the standings, because these are the current standings in GT3. Skidmark Racing leads on Official Racing Esports, and FM Esports, West Competition Racing and Adrenaline Racing Team, with QRT in 6th, Alpha Racing Team, Raineri Racing, Home of Sim Racing Esports, and Sim RC Endurance by Armenia in 10th place, with 255 competitions in 11th. It's important to say it, mostly because this is what's important for the championship, because this is a priced championship, as the first 10 cards we receive a lifetime coupon. Oh, but not the first 10, it's just that it's 10 coupons that are on the table. 10 lifetime coupons for ACC Drive. As Niels Evenbly, okay, Niels Evenbly, I think I said it correctly, Evenbly, or rather, is now behind Eric Heim, and just in front, well, just 15 seconds in front of Voigt. So Heim effectively gained some time on the 115 and Future Racing Esports. That was attack limit. Future Racing Esports now finds itself in 11th with some clean air behind. The top of the standings, only Adler, Gaskell and Pau and Hanke went into the pits. There is a high chance that Vasily Jukevicius and Hartveld are the next in line. Oh, that was a massive mistake for him on cold tires. Yeah, that was an important mistake, as Evenbly will get closer to him. So yeah, 2 seconds have been lost on the outlap from the Ferrari driver on Heim. And that's also considering the mistake that Heim made just now. So certainly something happened in the pits that put this Ferrari in a bit of a difficult situation at the moment. As Torsten Dragon for Dragon Racing Team is now battling with Aki Ronio for 3015 GT4. So I'm keeping my eyes on the lead. Meanwhile, this could be an important position, as Skidmark Racing comes out of pits. Reminder that the 102 was in the lead, as you can see the overtake here that just happened, with Thorsten Dragon now in 35th place for Mercedes 409 for Dragon Racing Team. So Wasner comes out of the pits in the lead with an Aston Martin GT4, unfortunately, just in front of them, cutting the lines. Not sure if this controller will not be happy about it. And Juknevicius is now 2 seconds behind, so something important has been gained because of sheer luck. Because unfortunately for Huben, the GT4 was just standing there. So I wonder if we'll see some penalty for crossing the line. Though I'm not completely sure. It's now Riley. Riley is in the number 114 for Scuderia Ferrari HP. Ten seconds behind Carcass. In terms of pits, I'm not really seeing anything odd. Everyone is particularly on the same line, except the 1-1, which was pitted for 20 seconds more. Oh yeah, apologies. It's two different Skidmark Racing. This one was the one that crashed because of a GT4. And the Aston was simply given a drive-through for improper starting position. You can see it there in car number 103 in 17th place at the moment. Just behind this little fight going on between Buescher and Keating, with Buescher for now keeping the battle on with Keating for 15th place, but Naskidashvili is getting close to this duo. As you can see, the BMW was stuck behind, unfortunately. This just helps. The car is now 12 places behind to make some more positions. As Zimbal and Blackhoff are also battling here. I think there has been an overtake, either that or it glitched. No, it was an overtake. It was a lunge into the inside on the bus stop on the car number 113, and it was a very nice overtake too. Into the inside, and Zimbal is now back in 6th place in front of now Blagov driving the car. That's still Timor Esports. Now in 7th place, both in the Aston Martin. So that was a quick one of an overtaker. Now Zimbal is 12 seconds behind Adler, and already a second 0.3 in front of Blagov. Clearly a difference in pace there. Niklas Huben for now still sits in the lead, but Carcass is not really fading away. Rather, it's the opposite that is happening. The last lap it was a 3:44 against a 3:41. That's because of the GT4 that simply stood in the middle of the pit lane. Unfortunately for Huben, that made them lose 3 seconds. Now the last lap it was a 16.6 for Huben and 16.3 for Caracas. So clearly the gap is reducing up here, whilst Riley's lap time was 16.6, so on the same page as Huben. As Brocke is now in the pits. And their teammate in the skid mark racing 103 is just here. Meanwhile, there is the battle for 4th in GT4 between Blighty and Oops. The McLaren for No Speed Racing. And the Aston that early on was seen as the culprit is now battling with Mustafa Oops. Though some gap has been created now as the GT3 comes through. And I think that's a lot of places being gained by everyone that was behind the BMW. And that's now the 1, 2, 3 exiting the pits. As Nasgidashvili is very close to critting into La Source, launch into the inside, and that's 16th place for Nasgidashvili for Skid Mark Racing, as their teammate's car is gone. It's not in the lobby anymore, so that's a DNF for them. This team is actually still driving, and they are now in 16th place, trying to gain from their initial drive-through. Another car that had a drive-through was the one currently in 20th. It was Cliff Bixby for QRT Sports. So they had a drive-through for exceeding stint timer limits, and Rudy Anod got one for track limits violation. So 3 cars with 3 drive-through for 3 different reasons, and we're just missing the 4th reason, speeding in the pits, and then we've got all of them. We also lost the Mustang, now that I look around, because even them had a drive-through, if I remember correctly, for track limits, but they are not in the lobby anymore. As Fabio Grenier here for Pixel Pilots, the car number 411 McLaren is getting very close to Oliver Rickelt in the Nordfell Racing. Oh, that's a contact! Oh, that's a crash! Oh, that's off! That's Rickelt off! That was a contact with an Aston Martin. It was QRT Sports making contact with them. We can have a replay of what happened. So look at what happened with Aston Martin. They tried to go on the cutback, hit the Mercedes, hit it again, and threw it into the gravel. So now Oliver Rickelt is in 43rd place, and Fabio Grenier gained the place without any particular struggle. And they are now in 32nd overall, which is 11th in class. Situation up ahead sees Grantas Caracas gaining a 10th in the last lap and another half 10th in this lap. A very slow but steady improvement, as Nasgidashvili is here very close to Christian Buescher. Oh, the 413 is off. Oh, that's Martin Pern is off for Penguin Racing Esports. Wonder what happened. Was it a contact? Oh yes, it was a contact with the Nissan, which threw completely into the wall the Mercedes drivers. It's an important situation developing there, with another GT4 driver that got thrown into the barriers. And again, it was another Mercedes. Just a different one this time around. And that was the Nissan in 14th place. With Frein Batanovic driving the car. That dealt with the lapped car in a bit of an improper manner in my mind. As we go back in 16th place, because Skidashvili is right behind Christian Buescher. This is effectively the barrier that keeps this car here away from 14th. Another 5 seconds ahead. Reminder that they are effectively a minute behind what they could have been, which at the moment is around 6th place. So they could have been effectively in the position from where they started from, around the 6th, 5th, depending on some other things, even considering that they had to go through overtakes, so they clearly lost more than a minute at the moment. They could have been battling for 5th at the moment, as Nashida really goes into the inside, and there is maybe some contact between the two cars. I don't think there was some contact, but I think the 112 will remain. There was contact. There was certainly contact between the two. But Skidashvili gets the position done, and Buescher remains behind to pull on. And I'm seeing an accident happened shortly ago. Let me have a look, because it's showing Jonathan Riley, who made an incident with another car. Oh yeah, it was some contact. It was more than some contact. It was some gravel also being picked up by the Ferrari in 3rd. Because now, as you can see, Jonathan Riley for Scuderia Ferrari HP is in 3rd, but just a second, 0.3 ahead. As a matter of fact, last lap around it was like 18.9. We saw miscommunication with the GT4 car. Speaking of GT4s, that's Buffy passing one of them, and that's the Ferrari being in a very difficult position, making an overtake on the outside on Campos. This could rapidly become the battle for 3rd, as Jonathan Riley lost a lot of time in these last laps. 17.0. It's the lowest of the top 6. As Zimbal set a 16.2. Adler set a 17.1, or so, apologies. It was actually, well, this time around it was Adler, but the lap earlier was showing a 16. Then Bubby with a 16.7, and Caricas with a 16.0, although Huben made a 15.9. So the gap of 3 seconds still remains between Caricas and Huben. As they both go just ahead of the Mercedes GT4 that was sitting there. Situation in GT4 which sees Thorsten Dragon very close to making another move for a position on the outside. They go, little contact between the two Mercedes. And that's the position done for the 409, who goes across the chicane. Still more contact between the two cars. And into Bruxelles they go. Still a tiny bit of contact with the rear slipping off from Dragon's race car. Oh, Radke is off. Radke is off. Oh, he's off. Massively off. Let me have a look at Radke, because he's showing his own car in the wrong way. Something huge happened here on Radke's race car. We can have a replay just now of what happened. Over the curb. Oh, he lost the rear. Oh, huge shunt. And just narrowly missed by... Ooh, no, it was not a miss for one of the M2s. But it is off. Yeah, it is an effectively RTG for the Ferrari driver. Massive shunt into the barriers for the Ferrari. Number 117. As Dragon is still battling with Rekelt, both in the AMG. So McLaren gets the pass down into turn 1, creating a little bit of a window. For Dragon, who doesn't pass by and remains behind. Onto the outside. Can he take the position on the outside line? And the answer is not really. He remains there over the curb, but into Bruxelles it is going to be Rekelt that will keep the inside line. As Dragon keeps himself ready for the attack. So the reason they are so far behind is the same as many others. Drive-through, unfortunately, I do not know if it is for track limit or anything else, but they could have been an entire minute ahead, so... roughly about mid-pack. So now they are sitting quite below they could have achieved. It's 119. Oh, another car off. That's big speed this time around. Oh, that's a lag spike. I think that was a lag spike for Bixby, who is now still driving, but oddly glitching out of existence in McLaren. So I think this may have been some lag spike with the McLaren, unfortunately, and we lost the Ferrari, who is not in the lobby anymore. So that's another DNF for today's race. By the way, if there are German speaking people here, bear in mind I don't know German. So if you want a German stream, there is the German stream ongoing, but obviously the same applies to who is not German, because there is the English stream here. But that's on Chris to say it, because I think that if you are following this, you already don't know German. It's a bit of a useless statement to say, as Bixby is into the pizza. But I think he RTG. No, okay, he didn't. No, yeah, I surely think he RTG'd. For some reason, because 20... No, maybe not. As unfortunately, we lost the overtake between Rakelt and Dragon. Let me see if I can see something. No, the answer is no. As that Ferrari was a bit off track. As that was 4th position. Ironically, that was 4th position, so we were just in the middle of that fight happening. We can have a better replay from a better view. So, oh, there was a little contact with the Mercedes that we were on board with, and that's the Nissan passing by. That's the overtake done for Nissan driver, who now finds himself again in front of the very same Nissan. Ah, they let them pass again. So it was sportsmanship for Bratanovic. I'm quite sure it was some sportsmanship there between the two. But now they're back at fighting. This time the Godzilla race car is back at it. On Milan keys, on the Ferrari 296 for Drive Through Sim Racing. I'm still having a look up ahead as the QRT Sports effectively thrown the white flag, and they also DNF'd from the race. Bufby is now a 2.2 behind Riley. The last laps were quite good for Bufby in the Mustang. 16.5 in the last lap, 16.9 for Riley, 16.3 for Karika, 16.1 for Huben. Now the gap is 4 seconds between the first two cars. They just gone to lap one of the other GT3 cars. But as it stands, Milan Keys and Fan Bratanovic is still 12th and 13th. This time around, Godzilla could deliver an overtake, and as a matter of fact, the Ferrari had to slow down a tiny bit to avoid a track limit violation. GT3 on the left is 10 years older than the one on the right. Oh, that's a complete loss of traction for the Nissan. And Fran Bratanovic will have to try again later on. So one of the GT4 gets just in the middle of the way. Gives the way of passing, but tiny bit too late maybe. Oh, I saw some yellow flags, huh? Not really. If they're okay, that's why, because they were slowing down for Huben to pass through. Last laps, 16.5, 16.1, 16.0. And if we go to Caracas laps, 16.3, 16.3, 16.5. So quite a difference there. Rally 16.4, 16.9 and 16.2. And Bubi is lapping quite steadily into the 16.5. Don't even have to read them, it's literally all there. What if this would be another... No, this time around it wasn't. It was a 16.6. Terrible... Terrible lap, really. Completely inconsistent. I would like a refund on that lap. Obviously, an absurd pace for Buffby at the moment. Possibly one of the most consistent drivers I've seen this afternoon in the Mustang. And Mustang is not really an easy car. It's very good in straights, but that's about it. Zimbal is showing, and that's why there was an Aston Martin in the middle, and it's always the same Aston Martin. I know it's not on purpose, but they are not really having any luck in being in the camera at the wrong times. This button GT4 is still going on, but on the other side, around. And as of now, it is the closest battle we have. So we'll keep with this. As Northtail Racing and Dragon in 30th place have a realistic chance to improve their position. The question arises on who will do so. It was a 41.3 for Dragon, it was a 41.4 for Rickelt. So we have to deliver some more action because Case and Bratanovic are still battling with one another. Bratanovic is very, very close now. This is an important thing since it's 2 hours to go till the end of the race. If you want to be interviewed during the race, be sure to let me know. You can just join into the interview waiting room and I'll be able to throw you into the main booth. So maybe you can have an interview with what the race has been for you, some important insights that I may not have, or simply to talk about the race that you had so far, whether you are a team manager or a driver. Obviously, you have to be related to this race in particular. As you can see, the Nissan going practically inside the tarmac on the splitter side. Trying to go as quick as possible over the marbles. This is not really helping their entry speed in Lecombe. Drive-through racing, drive-through sim racing remains in 12th place, just behind Frane Bertanovic, just in front Frane Bertanovic, who is keeping his own car a little bit behind. Oh, that was an off-track. Yes, it was a track limit violation. We've been on board this car for quite a long time, but effectively this is the closest battle we have at the moment, as Boothby is losing some time from Riley. The second I mentioned that his consistency was pick of the race, he started to lose some time, but I think it was also for some GT4 in the middle. This could be a good opportunity, but nothing happens. Or maybe it does happen, just a little bit afterwards, because into the chicane we pass through, and now Frane Bertanovic has a realistic chance to make it from the outside. Stevi comes inside, keeping the action on these two drivers, and that's the Nissan getting the pass done after faking a move onto the inside, scaling the Ferrari driver who went wide on entry. And that's now Bertanovic on the very... That's the barrier! And that's the barrier for Milan Kiss. Ooh, that was lucky. A lucky brush, but that was way too close. We can have a replay of what happened from the onboard camera. Look at him losing the rear on the slipstream. Okay, it went very well for Milan Kiss, who lost the position on Nosgidashvili. Yeah, the damage happened. It's obvious that the damage happened, but they are still in the race, which is... with what happened there, it's certainly the best of the possible outcomes. But Milan Kiss is very slow. 2 hours and 15 to go. They could get in the pits early on. 48. Now the 48 is 1 hour and 36 minutes. Let's go for 135 plus another 45 minutes just to be safe. 1 hour and 40, 2 hour and 20. So yeah, they can do it. They are now in the range of pit stop, so they could effectively put the car into the pits because they are losing a massive chunk of time at the moment. They already lost 3 seconds and a half on Asghidashvili. And ideally it was to understand how much damage was there in the car or not, but they basically can go on to put the car into the pits early. Because theoretically the last stop could be made at 45 minutes to go, and we go another 45, it's an hour and a half. The 45 is 2 hours and 15. So yeah, they can pit now, and they have plenty of time to get the car going. Meanwhile, at the moment, we'll take a little pause of a couple of minutes just to have some water and some rest for my voice, but I will be back at the end of the lap. and I'm back into the action. Because now Jonathan Riley is still a second and a half in front of Bufby, but there's a high probability that Bufby is going to take the 114 in the upcoming laps. The sub round for Bufby was a 16.6. Now it is a 16.5, the lap that has been set on the timing screen, whilst Riley's last laps were a 17.0 in order of appearance from older to newer. 17.0, a 16.8 and a 16.7, whilst the Bufby lap last time around, oh, black off. That's interesting. What happened there to the Aston Martin driver? Oh, keep it. Damn, that was a lot of saves tonight, eh? A lot of interesting saves. Another one for the books. Going sideways into Blanchimont, somehow keeping it alive. And the 113 still lives on for another day. Can I honestly have a better look from the outside? So have a look at it. This was even better than the one early on in Rouge. Going sideways, snap off, and going completely sideways in Blanchimont. Nice job keeping it alive, and an instant launch into the pits for possibly change everything from the seat to the driver to everything, because okay, that was possibly the tires giving up. Now I think it's the time for many others to get into the pit lane. As it says, Buffy still remains a 2.8 behind the objective, which is Jonathan Riley. Zimbal is now exiting the pits in the car number 108, just in front of the Aston Martin. Number 404, which is currently in 5th place, but also just in front of Nicholas Huben, who still has to pit. As many others are now exiting the pits. Possibly the 108 will think that the blue flag don't apply since they pitted earlier, but blue flags don't really care about your position. Interesting situation is happening behind. That's the car number 115 and the car 111 are very close together. As now Megan's and Giraud are very close after Megan's lost 4 seconds in the pits, and this put Pascal Giraud for almost Sim Racing Esports just in the very tail of Influx Racing. I'm quite suspicious that this battle will never really start after an entire second has been put between Megan's and Giraud. Now a few other cars are into the pits. Boothby, interestingly, chooses to pit earlier than the car ahead. It's going to be interesting, the situation in the pits for them. Whether they can optimize the time in the pits or not. You can see some cars all around the pits, all around the field are into the pits. As Pascal Giraud lost some time to the car in front, as Orin Megens is now 24 seconds behind Rockefeller. You know, the two cars were battling hard for position. Now they sit far away from each other. Nasgirashvili gets into the pits. Remember that this car was the one with a drive-through very early for improper starting position, and now they are trying to come back from their situation early on. Another important aspect is that after a very slow lap from Pascal Giraud, Megens is not really fading away. Rather, it's actually the opposite. The Ferrari, it's finding some difficulty in running away from a chasing car, as Huben, Caracas and Riley all went into the pits, which I think leaves only Colin Janke. Still has to pit, but I'm not really sure on that. Obviously, don't read too much. Okay, destroyed something fantastic. Don't read too much into the tower at the moment, since some pits are happening. As you can see, the Ferrari number 114 into the pits. So these cars are currently unlapping themselves. As both drivers came out 10 seconds in front of both Brasanovic and Nasgidashvili, who couldn't overtake the Nissan R35 out of the pits. Kai Po now drives car number 103, Skidmark Racing. Without any real surprise, Huben still leads the field. Caracas follows in second, but this time around 2.3 seconds behind instead of 4. And Jonathan Riley just now exits the pits. This time around, the gap to the front of the field is going to be 23 seconds. Okay, it's reducing obviously, but oh, it's 16 seconds. As Boothby settles 2 seconds behind. So actually some important progress has been made on the Scuderia Ferrari HP, but Boothby still remains just behind. And this is also the outlap, so more time will be gained from the British driver. Another important fight going on is the one for second place, because look at this, Eric Beckman and Daniel Kefa in the M4 for DK Racing is finding some difficulties in keeping this place. This will be for second. The McLaren is very, very strong now. to get into the 2 hours mark. Another BMW is coming through. This time it's a GT3 instead of a GT4. But I'm also looking at the battle for 10th as Pascal Giraud and Ori Megens, opposed to what I said earlier, are in a very contention for position. So at the moment there is a battle for 3rd, the battle for 9th, the battle for 8th, apologies, the battle for 10th and the battle for 12th over the battle for 2nd in GT4. As you can see here, the battle for 10th lives on, and that's Giraud and Megens, that's Home Sim Racing and Inflix Racing, battling for 10th, 24 seconds behind Rockefeller, who is now battling for 8th. With car ahead. There's also another battle for the podium, but this time in GT3, as Buffby is just 7 times, not even 5 times, not even 4 times. It's losing very, very quickly, 3 times. Oh, we are into the Camel. This could be 4th position. Look at the tower. 3 important fights all going on at the same time. As you can see, the Ferrari chose the right, with the Mustang going on the left, but this led to Buffby making it in the 3rd place, and that's the overtake done on the Camel. After some miscommunication with the GT4 that relegated the car number 114, with Chris Hartwell driving it, to go a little bit slower to the uphill section, and by doing so, losing the position on Buffby. That was for 3rd place, and considering the lap times, I really think that Buffby will run away from Hartwell. Now, back in GT4, as the battle for 2nd still goes on, as that was Juknevicius losing some time on Wasner, and it's also the battle fading away because of it. So now we go back into 8th place because we still have a purple and black McLaren. We still have watercolored Aston Martin. But this time they are battling with each other for 8th place. Although the battle for 3rd still goes on into Blanchimont, but as I said earlier, I really think this is a reminiscence of the battle, as the 412 gets slightly in the middle of the way. Yeah, there is now a 2nd gap, so it's important to give everyone the same treatment. And this battle for 8th still goes on, although the battle for 12th is also very important. The battle for many battles are going on at the moment. All of a sudden, with less than 2 hours to go, rapid into Blanchimont. I'm surprised that we had so little drive-thrus, especially for track limits. At the moment, the car number 103 had a drive-thru, but not for track limits. And effectively, out of all the GT3 field at the moment, still driving, only the car in 19th place had a drive-thru. And I'm quite happy about it. This means everyone managed to stay on track as the battle here goes on, and that's Kai Po going on the right side of R35, and that's the Nissan going behind the Aston. And that's now Po behind the Bartanovic, number 103, and that's Kidmark Racing now in 12th place. Ten seconds behind Pascal Giraud, who is still a second behind Megens, who is now 24 seconds behind the battle for 8th. is this one here. As you can see, that's I'm going on Brashimond. Bit of lift and coast just to be sure of where the GT4 will go. And for now, Mr. Rockefeller remains behind Blackhoff, but barely. Now into the Camel. Well, after Roger Raglione, obviously. Still many laps to go. I suspect another 40 are in the making. On to the brakes, you can see the difference between the two cars in the braking zone, with Mr. Rockefeller braking later compared to the McLaren driver. Now into Pujon. As the watercolored Aston Martin for Timor Esports. Last lap around, it was a 17.7 for both drivers, with Rockefeller that managed to gain 40 milliseconds on Blackhoff. Also, you can see that the laps earlier than that for Blackhoff were also quite consistent. 17.4 and 17.6 early on. But on the German, it's an important task on making the pass very, very quickly. As you can see, the times are quite different compared to what Rockefeller can do. 16.9, 17.2, 17.7. That's the moment where Rockefeller engaged the battle with Blackhoff. And now 17.5. So a loss of roughly 3 to 4 attempts per lap for Rockefeller, which is not a lot, but with 2 hours to go, and Abbe Santema, who is 13 seconds ahead, which is not, again, a lot of time considering an endurance race. There's still some time to be gained and a lot of time to go, and meanwhile, that's the possible path for position. Rockefeller on the inside of Lecombe, can he deliver it? And the answer is on the outside, it does! Still sliding into Lecombe, staying on the outside, going for the cutback, losing a tiny bit the rear, and that's Blackhoff still keeping the 8th place for themselves. Over Bruxelles. That's a huge loss of time for Rockefeller. Santema is lapping 17.4s without any battle, and Rockefeller is able to lap 17.4 with a battle. Well, in this case Blackhoff, but you get what I mean. They are both lapping as fast as Antena, but the Rockefeller is actually faster than both drivers ahead. The problem is that there is an Aston Martin V8 Vantage in the middle of the way. The battle between Megens and Giro on the other side of the racetrack, effectively, in terms of geographical place, not 1-1. Ooh, that was very close between the McLaren and the McLaren, effectively, but in two different classes. Nearly a contact between Rockefeller and I think it was Fellow. It was Fellow in 4th place in the class, and now still some more battles happening there as the McLaren had a rough time exiting turn 1. 19.5 for Blackhoff, 19.3 for Rockefeller. 2.5 seconds lost on the car ahead. Unfortunately for the spectacle of it, but luckily for Wasner, now the gap between Juknevicius and Wasner is 4 seconds. So again, Juknevicius and team gaining a lot of time in the pits, but then losing some on pure racecraft. San Giro is, as I was saying, on the geographical opposite way. Two seconds away from Megan's. Last lap it was a 17.5 for both drivers. Clearly a mistake has been made from Giro in the lap earlier. And Kirten is off. Oh, that's a lot of damage. Ooh, that's a lot of damage for the BMW driver. Could have a better look, huh? Oh, he went onto the grass. Oh, he lost the rear. Oh wait, this is early. This is early damage. It's early damage for the car number 118. Can I have a look maybe now? It's just that the car is heavily damaged, but I don't know why. You can see the rear end not being there anymore. I'm trying to find the reason for it. Maybe it was this one here. This is not related to the Beamer. Quite sure about it. So yeah, unfortunately I don't know the reason for it. That's a lot of damage for Kritin. The 118, 15th place for them. As Megan's lost a tremendous amount of time just now. Look at this. It was 2 seconds early on. What happened? What just happened? Oh, he just lost the car. He just lost the car altogether. And also Buescher with a mistake. I could think where. So Buescher goes over Rouge. Oh, slips away with the rear. Kenny Oh yeah, he doesn't. He doesn't collide with anyone and anything. He just continues to go on. So Buscher is now in 16th place behind the Milan keys. But without damage. Well, except the one on the tires. But he keeps it on track. And luckily without damaging the car. So as I was saying, Megan's made a mistake, and now the gap between Giro and Megan's is only a second, but as early on that gap is enlarging. As the last lap for Megan's, prior to the mistake, was a 16, compared to the 16.7, compared to Giro's 17.4. So I don't really think there is any real battle between the two, unless any more mistakes happen between the two. Meanwhile, Grenier and Heim battling in 28th place overall. As Pixel Pilots and the Dragon Racing team switch positions. The 409 is now ahead of the McLaren. Early on it was the opposite way around. As we go back into the battle for 10th, Rockefeller fell a lot in this lap. 18.3 for Black of a 19.2, although we also saw the reason for it. It was a lift-off on Rouge Radillon because of a cut. And to avoid a drive-through, they lost a second. Spo is being highlighted for some reasons. I suspect some contact. Yes, there was some contact. Was it a massive one or was it a little one? So you can see Aston Martin coming through. Okay, no, it was just a little tap. Really nothing to worry about. So Pascal Giroux is now getting through this little fight that is currently happening in, well, not even, because it is not really battling with the Mercedes behind, as that one is popping, which is last in the standings. Ooh, that was a bit close. Bit of a close call for Giro. As Megan's says thanks and gets some more temps in the bag that are getting wasted on the McLaren that just happened to be in the worst possible spot for the car number 115. So now the gap is back to a second and a half. But again, the very same McLaren ruined Pascal Giroux's line, and the gap is now back to 2 seconds. very important statistic here is that Sacha Wasner just put a 16.0 as the last lap, which is an entire second point 2 gained on Tadas Juknevicius. Okay, it was possibly 4 lapped cars, but in this very lap, an entire second has been gained, although the other laps, as you can see, 16.4. As Buffby behind in third is running into 16 point... I don't even know, because it's a very... There is a lot of variancy in the laps, so 16.0, 16.6, 16.8. And this time around, this is a... 16.9, so a bit of a slow lap for Buffby. Now 15 seconds behind Juknevicius, so he's actually gaining a tiny bit, but an hour and a half to go. Still some time there. William Rockefeller managed to cut the gap to a single second between Rockefeller and Blackhoff. Okay, unfortunately it doesn't work. I thought I could have done it. $18.0 for Blackhoff, 17.3 for Rockefeller. So quite the change there between the two. Seven times in this lap only have been gained, and this could realistically be an important phase of the race. Remember that they just have 2 pits to do, one shortly, and the other somewhere between the minute 0 and the minute 48. Because if I remember correctly, they have been going on for 30 minutes on this set. So maybe they just have around 15 to 20 minutes on these tires, and then it's going to be up until the end. Meanwhile, Hartweld, you can see the gap highlighting a bit. Now the gap is 1.5 seconds between Buffby and Hartweld. Seems like Buffby is not having a great time at the moment. 17.8 was the last lap round, compared to Juknevicius 17.1 and Wasner's 16.2, and Hartweld made a 16.5. And all of these Adler is still there, 13 seconds behind, but he is not over with it. He and his team are still there, and it may not seem it. It may not seem light, but it's a very close field at the moment. After 3 hours of racing, the gaps are very little. Everything considered. Was Rockefeller. Oh, very, very close to Blackhoff. And again, he loses some time in the Rouge. Possibly a low down for setup that kind of forces Rockefeller's hand into making a different move in Rouge that otherwise following the usual route with less air on the wings and more dirty air effectively takes away that little downforce that this car has. So paradoxically, it's actually harder to make a pass if you are too close compared to if you are far away. You know, this power here for skid mark racing into the last laps gained massive chunks on Giro. Now the gap is only a second between the two. And even a top 10 will be phenomenal for this team. They had a drive-through at the beginning. They are now quite far away from the very lead. I think they are nearly a lap behind. But they are 25 seconds away from being lapped. So effectively it's a 2-minute gap to the very top. So a minute or less would have put them around the 5th and 6th place. The lap was a very slow one for apparently everyone. 17.04 Wagner. It was a 17.4 for Djokovic. And it's going to be a possible 17 for Buffby too. So now crosses the line. It's a 17.2 for Buffby. It was 16.8 for Hartwell. Hartwell all of a sudden going quite quick on his Ferrari. As Paul now has the chance to make the overtake into Pujon already. Can he do it with a perfect run out of No Name and a move onto the inside, and that's Paul now in front of Giro. And the car number 103 is now in 11th place, 5 seconds behind Ori Meggans. As Rockefeller is now very, very close to the Aston ahead. As only 90 minutes remain on the race. This could be the pass for 8th place. No, it still doesn't happen. So there is also the battle for second still going on in GT4 class, and also there was a little contact between Kefa and Anod for some reasons. I'm seeing an incident there. This is the fight for second place that just now faded away. The gap is only 4 tenths. And Harvard is just a second behind Boothby after gaining 8 tenths in the last lap. And now they will cross the line, so we'll have another read at the times. It's 16.6 for Boothby, 16.9 for Hartveld. Now into the inside, it's Rice, nearly colliding with the car in front. For now remaining just behind. A bit of lift off to have a better exit speed, a bit too much lift off possibly. As now the BMW has to defend the inside of the marbles. And that's the position done. Oh, that's a bit of a cut though. So that's possibly the position that still has to be done for Beckman in Fisher Racing Academy. Situation up ahead in 8th place is still the same, with Maurice Rockefeller still lapping quicker than Blackoff, but every time without making a move. Oh, that's a yellow flag. Oh, that's skirting off. Skirting off, but I'm not sure if it was for damage the car or if it was for exiting the pits. The car is still damaged, so I suppose it was for an incident. As now Rockefeller gets some more gap to the car ahead, so we go back to this little fight going on. The BMW remains where it is. Skis gets into the pits. Oh, that's a dive, that's a dive! Oh, diving into the inside. That was a bit too optimistic for Beckman, who lost an entire second because of it. Tried to go for second place, didn't end up so good, and now he is back behind Kefa. As Holter is also very close to Busher in the Eurate for the 83 Motorsport. DB3 apologies, Motorsport. Oh, more contact there between the two. There's a position done in a bit of a aggressive way, I will say. We can have a better look from the replay, from another camera. So look at this, the Audi thinks about it and then commits onto the inside, throwing the car at the end of the comb. A little bit of a contact between the two, but nothing too exaggerated. And I go back here because Rockefeller chose to go into the pit with 1 hour and 23 minutes to go. Clearly fed up with the car ahead. Buscher is still behind the halter, but a reminder that this car has very worn tires because of an initial spin in Rouge. And that's also the pits for Jan Buscher. So we go back here at the very top of the field because Hartweld and Buffby are still fighting for position. And many cars are starting now to pit, but this means that little time remains for many other, and that the pit lane will be busy in the coming minutes. 120 to go. But into the range of a sprint race, and now 16 seconds are becoming way more than early on. Rockefeller now exiting the pits, just saw a yellow flag, but it's just the car going back to normal speed. Buscher is now out of the pits, and we were looking at Hartweld's situation. The last laps very consistent, 16.9 in every single lap in the last 3. S17 is now out of the pits, so the yellow flag is because of that. And Hartweld is now nearly 2 seconds behind Buffby in third. Also Blagov now exiting, but it's going to be interesting to see for his aim. Now with undercut managed to gain the position on Blagov, who is now Galitsky, and that's car number 107 for Fischer Racing Esports, getting top 10. So now they are back in their starting position, and everything else is going to be a bonus from their qualifying session. But Santema is now 25 seconds in front instead of 15. That's how damaging this stint was for this team here, although it's still not over. 7 o'clock in game, so there was some contact there. There's more contact for Galinski with a Mercedes GT4, but nothing to worry about. After some paint being exchanged, everything is back to normality. While the situation in second place in class here in GT4 still goes on. With a 403 that still has to make the overtake on the BMW. McLaren 720S GT4 still practically meters away from second place, which realistically will remain like that because of Moritz and the DNMC team being 82 seconds ahead, nearly about to lap the whole field. And Meyer and Buescher were still battling for position. This time around it was again the R8 behind the Ferrari, but again it was the R8 making a move and gaining the place on Buescher, the car number 112. Because you just exit the pits and Beckman is still here. I lost it. I lost the car for a second, but now the gap is back to 4 times, as you can see. Over the bus stop. This has been going on for 30 minutes already. And again, the McLaren gets the leftmost side. But I think this could be... Oh, again, another mistake into the brakes for the McLaren driver. And Beckman, again, with an important opportunity in his hands, is back behind their competitor. Meanwhile, Galitsky is already giving Ham some troubles. Very, very close between the two, and not even close, it's actually alongside for Galitsky for a brief moment. And then maybe for a cutback opportunity for the Aston driver. Into the inside he goes. No contact between the two, but that's him giving loads of space to Galitsky, who after all the fighting is now alongside into the Rouge Pavilion side by side into the hairpin section. That's a cut. That's certainly a cut. And now the McLaren is going on the leftmost part of the circuit. There was some contact between Galitsky and Haim, but the car number 113 remains ahead, and that's Haim losing position number 9, back into 10th for them. After everything they did to try to get a position, and now they are back behind. The very same Aston Martin they fought for so much time. As the duo that we were following early on is now into the pits. And Eric Heim is very, very close. But now behind Galitsky. Stukjenevicius is now into the pits, same as Vasner, same as Hartwell. And Gaskell now on the run to get a better position. Although I'm not really sure anything will happen. The L5 was with Hartwell, so it's Hartwell that has to get a better position in this case. Gaskell simply has to keep that third place on the hand. Hartwell is now stopping. That's Vasner. Hartwell is now stopping. As Poe cutting a bit the lane to get a better run out of the GT4 cars. So back with Hartwell, as you can see Vasner coming out of the pits. Gaskell is now on the start-finish straight. Stukjenevicius is now out of the pits. And Hartwell is just now moving again. And really end up in front. We can have a better look from the rear wing. You can see on the right the Mustang coming through. And now ahead. So Gaskell remains in front of Hartwell. A nearly perfect stop. But the undercut simply worked better. And now Riley drives the Ferrari Scuderia Ferrari HP. And now has to make some efforts to get back to third place. As the BMW doesn't really help the situation here. Serie now is a second behind Galitsky. Even in the last lap there was a loss of time on their side. 16.4 for Heim, 16.2 for Galitsky. While in GT4 the McLaren still sits behind Keffer for Fisher Racing Academy. Sonnenberg is now driving the 403 and also battling a bit with the R35 Nissan. This 570S GT4. So Huben is now just here in first place in the car number 102. It's still the same situation. Caracas is now 7 seconds, nearly 8 behind, with Gaskell under 15 and Riley under 4. So good chunk of time being lost by practically everyone here. Milankis finds himself in 15th place, just behind Anatoly Kritin. So after this car had to be repaired, now flies off in an easy manner, and will probably take the position out of Kritin in short time. As the battle between Bohr and Käfer still goes on. Very close between the two, but again, a very unfortunate situation on where the move was just there. McLaren couldn't make any move. This has been going on for several, I would say, hours at this point. And some 100 meters behind, Milankis and Anatoly Kritin battling for 14th place. That's Drive Through Sim Racing now in position number 15 as Doer. Some contact with another car. This is the reason for it. Oh, it was just very close between the two. It was really a contact. Oh, okay, yeah, this was more like a contact. The situation in 14th for Kritin is very difficult, as he has to defend against the car number 118. Sam Gaskell just put the fastest lap of the race so far, 15.447, but he sits 14 seconds apologies, behind Caracas, who just set a lap 2 seconds lower. Oh, this is the time for Case to make a possible move. So out of nowhere, Gaskell just put a 15.4. New fastest lap of the race so far. 2 seconds, practically 2 seconds quicker than Caracas. Nearly an entire second quicker than Huben. Again, the gap is 14 seconds. Oh, something happened in second place in class in GT4. A contact. We'll see the replay later on. But Ferrari now gets a position done, and that's now Kiss in 14th place. Position done, and that's it there for Milankis. So go back into replay to see what happened between the car number 406 and 403. So the two still battling, not really a surprise here, but the question is, was there contact? Well, the answer is yes, but how did it happen? Oh, that was nearly a pit maneuver between the two cars. We will never see the continuation of that, but we can see the future of the battle, since the McLaren is still behind, respectively. respectively staying behind the BMW with a line livery. Now, I also have another question regarding the lap times, because if Gaskel's lap was just one of a kind, it's completely useless, because the gap is still 13 seconds, as here there is the possible move for second place onto the bus stop. And McLaren has the better side of the road into La Source after an entire hour, and even some more, I think, of battle. McLaren keeps the inside line. And also the position for themselves, as Boer is now in second place. Now the question is, can he maintain the position? Or will he lose it in the Camel? For the first time we can see behind the McLaren. And I think that's the battle over. That's Soren Boer for FIFA Racing Academy getting in front of the car number 4 or 6 for Daniel Käfer driving for DK Racing. As Pierre Meyer and Christian Buescher still in a fight of their own for 16th place. With the B3 Academy and Eurobit Intensifies, which starts in 14th place, compared to Pierre Meyer, who started in 20th. As they just pass the earlier battle for second place in GT4. As the car number 104 made some contact with another car. And that's Abe Santema, who drove the entire time stance. I think there was some contact, yeah, some slight contact, nothing to worry about. As this is still a battle for 16th place between Buescher and Meyer. As Sabo just overtook Buresh for position in GT4 class. We can have a look at it. So as you can see, the McLaren number 408 gets the inside line, and that's overtake done on the BMW. That was for 5th place in class. So the situation up ahead is changing rapidly, to be fair, because now the gap is 12 seconds between Gaskel and Carcass, lapping into the 16s. And Gaskel is able to lap into the 15. Oh, he did it twice in a row already. So he is actually able to maintain the rhythm as we are into the last hour of the race. It's the V10, which I didn't hear for way too much time. And unfortunately, I don't think I will ever be able to hear it again. Okay, no, never mind, Lamborghini is still in the GT World Challenge. But not this car, unfortunately, because, well, okay, Santelok still has it, but it's just because of... I have no idea why they even still run the car that has no customer support. That was very on the limit for Maya. I saw the car limping on and off the racetrack for a brief moment, nearly jumping, as did Mattia Drudi, I think, in a very same rate. A lot of time ago. Oh, the 411 is off. The 411 is off. And was it a contact? Yes, it was a contact with another car. An important one too. It was the car in... Okay, no, it wasn't because of the Ferrari. It was on themselves. So it was all on themselves. I thought it was a contact that happened because of Carcass. But actually it was the opposite way around. It was actually the GT4 colliding with Carcass and spinning on their own. And now the gap is 10 seconds only. This could be the battle for second. 10 seconds only in an hour time. That's not impossible. And that's another 2 seconds that have been gained from Gaskell on Carcass. The gap is 10 seconds only. 15.8, look at these times, 15.4, 15.66, 15.8. Completely otherworldly compared to Carcass times with a 16.3, 16.3, and unfortunately a 17.950, practically an 18 flat. Could this be a cutback maneuver for the 120 DB3 Motorsport? Over Rouge-Adillon in a 2-wide scenario, it's a bit difficult. The rate remains behind, although I think it's for a short time. Ferrari stays on the inside of the marbles, so they will have a worse situation in terms of grip. The rate, oh, that's a cut. That's certainly a cut for the Ferrari, who goes on to cut the chicane and as of such loses the position on Meyer. That's position number 16 for Per Meyer for DB3 Motorsport. The next target is Anatoly Kritin, although it's nearly 9 seconds ahead. The time seems good enough at the moment. So some Gaskell. It was another 17.0 for Carcass. This time around, it was a terrible, awful, completely off the chart, really terrible lap for Sam Gaskell. No, never mind, it's actually the best of the entire field. 16.140. Tire wear is starting to grip in, but this is still the fastest car on the entire field. The closest one is actually Dennis Adler, that early on set a 16.3, now 16.7. In any case, an entire second has been gained again on Caracas. Well, nearly an entire second. It was a 17-0. So 9 tenths have been gained from Gaskell. And realistically, with this rhythm, we could see a battle in the next 9 laps, effectively. Let's put some more margin. Let's say a tiny bit more. 10, 12 laps. In any case, it's okay. Wait a second. 53 minutes to go. No, okay, never mind. It's actually in 20 minutes time. So yeah, just in time for the final pit of the day for these drivers. As Buresh made a mistake somewhere because I'm seeing an accident that just happened between the Nissan and the BMW in 2 different classes. So was it a big one or was it a little shot? Okay, there was more than a bit of contact between the 2 cars. But nothing has been lost in terms of sheer pace for both drivers, I'm quite sure about it. And Gaskell's lap time was a 15.9. So even if Caracas managed to make a 16.8, it was still not enough. Another 9 tenths have been lost. Now the gap between Caracas and Gaskell is less than the one between Caracas and Huben. As another... Oh yeah, that was unfortunate. That was very, very unfortunate for them. Just look at what happened. Here the car. Oh, no, maybe not. It was just timed right to avoid any issue. Maybe not so much for Gaskell because he lost a second in this lap because of the very same GT4. Now 50 minutes to go. Still 1 pit stop for every other driver, and whoever makes a stop in the... well, after the upcoming 2 minutes, that is going to be the last pit of the evening, at this point, not even afternoon. So the gap is now 7, live gap, you can see that on the left part of the screen, 7.5 seconds. This is just a machine that eats second and delivers results. 18.3 last lap for Caracas, 17.4. So although massively slowed down, it was still a net gain for Gaskell. I think we can go for a little onboard lap with the current quickest car on the field. And that was a 16.5, which wasn't the quickest lap in the entire field, but it was still 1.3 seconds faster than Cargas. I'm not sure what's happening with his car, all of a sudden. Whether it's tiredness or something else, so maybe something wrong in the pressures, but it's not really working. Compared to the earlier stints, I'm saying, it's obvious that Gasquet's rhythm at the moment is completely out of the chart. It's literally the best on the entire field, so that's beyond discussion. But it's so that the Cargas is not really delivering anything in that regard. 17.850 without anything in their way, effectively, because you look at that, I don't think they encountered any GT4. Maybe they did, but this lap will be pretty much the one that will tell us if he has just been completely out of luck in these last laps, or if the pace is simply not there. It's kind of 1, 2, 3. Made a mistake somewhere. Let's have a look at what happened. So it was... oh, it was just a spin on their own. Not on the barriers, but it was a move to lap a GT4, which ended up with Aston Martin spinning on their own 16.6. So it's highly likely it's actually extreme bad luck at this point for Cargas. Now the lap was a good one. Gasquet was still a better one, but not a second quicker. It was a 16.3 this time around. And the gap to Huben is 11 seconds. So it's clear that the win is out of contention for Cargas. But at this point, even the second place though is becoming trouble to keep alive. Meanwhile, some contact between some cars. So it was the Aston Martin number 113 that collided a tiny bit with the McLaren. Yeah, some important aggressiveness. But nothing that will damage irremediably the race car. Meanwhile, Doer is the first of the pack that will go into the pits for the last time this evening. As another incident happened just now. It's the one for car number 402. As the other times, I don't think it was a massive one. It was simply a little brush. So, Caracas, 16.9, Gasquet. You can tell the gap getting shorter and shorter every time. 4.9 seconds now because the last lap was a 16.1 for Gasquet. Oh! Full send over Roche Radillon. He's also into the pits. So yeah, I'm quite sure we'll see the battle for second place. Remember that this team started 20 positions behind where they are now. And with this rhythm, 5 seconds are literally 5 laps. Let's say a tiny bit more, 7 laps. It is still under 10 minutes. No, wait, under 14 minutes. So we could see an overtake or a battle in the upcoming minutes. I won't say quite certainly, but it's highly likely that something will happen. Now the gap is getting shorter and shorter as time passes. Sometimes Buzak made a contact in the racecraft, but again, I'm not seeing any gap fluctuating, so I suppose it was just a little brush between the two cars. As the 4-2 exits the pits. And again, another massive chunk of time being cut. 16.6 for Gaskill, 18.1 for Caracas. At this point, it doesn't even make sense why this much time is being lost. As the car number 106 and Sam Gaskell behind are still delivering a major performance. But it's clear that the Mustang has more pace as it stands. Now the gap only being 3 seconds. Not even half an hour ago, it was nearly 10. Meanwhile, some more overtakes that could possibly happen are here in 14th place as 14th place as Meyer and Buscher are still in their little fight, their little personal fight. But this time the air rate is in front, and I really doubt that Buscher will clinch up front, although Meyer made a terrible lap compared to the others. 220.5 compared to 219 for Buscher. $17.1 for Caracas, 16.2 for Gaskell. Effectively being the quickest car in the entire race as it stands, with Huben 13 seconds ahead without any real trouble. As Kritin is now exiting the pits. The car number 118 just in front of Caracas. But now I will start using this camera, which is not a good thing for Caracas. You can see the Mustang just there, not even 3 seconds behind. It's very, very close. And we are just 37 minutes away from the end of the race. This time it was very bad luck for Caracas. Having a car just in the middle of the way in the comb. But even for... Oh, that was a huge slip for Caracas. But Gaskell simply going through without any issue on the Beamer. So the gap is 1.3 seconds. As you can see, Carragher's time is not even getting better, just in front. Two GT3 cars that have to be lapped. One giving the way easily to both cars. So the other is just ahead. And then Gaskell simply follows in slipstream distance. This has been absurd. To be fair, this has been absurd. Gaskell's stint has been literally one of the best I've ever seen in all my years of commentaries. And I've been doing this for 3.5 years at this point. And I didn't see any single issue, not a single mistake, not a single off-lap. This stint has been simply incredible. I think the correct word is simply incredible. And now there's only one obstacle to get into second, which is Caracas, that in front has no one, behind is a big Mustang-shaped shadow, which is very, very angry and fast, especially in the straights. And I think we could see something here into the bus stop as Gaskell goes into the inside and makes a perfect overtake to then go into the pits. Completely ruining the moment, I'll be honest. Butchering with an axe the moment that was about to happen. But okay. This was tremendous in terms of commentary. All excited, and then the car goes into the pits. But that clearly puts forward what we will see after Caracas pits. So the only thing that effectively puts some hope in Caracas' car is that Gaskell makes a mistake in the pits. In any way, with 32 minutes to go, I wonder if they will change tires. Because it's a 48-minute stint, plus another 30, let's say it's 45 plus 30. Yeah, it's an hour and 15. It's not completely it's not completely impossible. It's not unthinkable. It's actually possible. Yeah, there is a word for that. They created it. Yeah. And so Gaskell remains still in the pits. And I think as Gaskell goes out, this has been a full change of, well, everything. Gasquet is now back on the racing surface. So Carragher's chance to remain where they are is to not change tires at this point. Which is an important thing to think about, but that's realistically the only way out of this, because I won't say 100%, but with very high probability Gasquet will be able to clinch into second just by undercutting. As Gasquet is now into Campos, and then into Stavro. Niklas Huber, in any case, I think Team Nitro can sleep well. They don't really have any trouble, I don't think. The car number 101 will be able to clinch into P1. Unless disaster happens, something unexpected happens to the car currently leading the pack. But we are now 30 minutes to go. Only 30 minutes to go. Not even a stint, since a stint is 48. As Voigt gets out of the pit lane, 14 seconds behind Megens. At this point, sits in 11th place. Although there are still some cars that have to pit. We have Huben, we have Caracas, Riley, Adler, Gasquet already pit because Nasgidashvili is the one that still has to pit in this. This field of 6 cars, the top 6. Every other car did the final pit. Maybe not in GT4, as now Buchak is into the pits. Speaking of which, and Resistenza Rockefeller, I think there is still a chance for Rockefeller to make it into 9th in front of Galitsky. So Sam Gasquet's lap time. The next one will be the time of, well, effectively time to see what's the situation for Gasquet. So the 101 with new tires, same driver. Was able to make a 15.565. So he stands a second and a half quicker than Caracas. So I wouldn't say I'm 100% sure, but realistically the cars ahead are not going to change tires. Realistically, this is what they are going to do as Huben gets into the pits. Because with this rhythm, they are close to becoming first in the standings. Meanwhile, Caracas will continue to go on. So the change of tires is out of the window. It's impossible that this car will change tires because this will just put them in a very difficult position. Riley goes on to continue their run, and Dennis Adler goes into the pits to change tires for Madcap Racing. And Gaskell, a bit of a difficult position there. Into Puon. That may have put his car in a bit of trouble in terms of lap time. But as I was saying, Naskildashvili is the other car that remains out, that is possibly close to the pit. So let's go for a bit of a round around the grid. So we have Pixel Pilots in last place in GT4 class, then Akbua Racing in 31st, Nordeltay Racing in 30th place, then we've got Dragon Racing Team after a double drive-through is there in 29th place, with this has always been an easy name. Regiacara Racing in 28th place, and Penguin Racing Esports only 27th after a drive-through, as Samurai Racing Team sits in 26th, as Racing Team Hungary is in 25th place, then No Speed Racing sits in 24th, and then into 4th place we see Fabian Buresh. Although, effectively, pits are still happening in GT4 class compared to the GT3, so I will just wait a tiny bit to go around the field. Because effectively, there are still some cars that have to pit in GT4. Although I'm quite sure that the ones I mentioned are over with the pits. Apart from Kefa and Burr, who are doing it now. So just wait a tiny bit before going through it all. Okay, everyone made their pits. So as I was saying, Racing Team Hungary in 25th place. Then we got No Speed Racing just ahead in 24th and 5th place in class. Then Fabian Buresh driving for Alpha Racing Team in 23rd, 4th place in class. Future Racing Academy is now in 22nd place in 3rd, and Daniel Köfer is in 2nd place with Dynamic M's youngsters in the very lead of their own class. Meanwhile, last in GT3, Chill Team in car number 1, 2, 3. Car number 1, 2, 2 is Rubber Duck Racing. Then DB3 Motorsport follows in 17th, with Eurobeat Intensifies in 16th, with Team 32 in 15th. Drive Through Sim Racing in 14th place with Ice Banana, okay, in 13th. With Home of Sim Racing Esports in 12th, with Infelix Racing in 11th, with FIFA Racing Esports in 10th place. Then 113 Team More Esports sits in 9th. Sidashvili, who I think went on to go for a second drive-through. I find it... Oh wait, maybe... I don't understand why it is showing a second drive-through. They are in 8th. I think the last stop has been categorized as a drive-through for some reasons, but they just put fuel in the car. Okay, not really understanding there because it's showing 2 drive-throughs, but the last stop was clearly not a drive-through. In any case, MCon Esports is now in 7th, with Future Racing Esports in 6th, Medcap Racing in 5th, 255 Competitions by Ghost Setups in 4th, 11 seconds behind. Ooh, that's interesting. Both Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports and Visual Esports didn't pit. They just went through the pits, they had enough fuel. That's why they were going so slow. That's why. That makes more sense. They didn't even put fuel in the car. They just went past their own pit box. So they were fuel saving. Now everything makes sense because the same goes to Huben, who went on to go through the pits. So all the cars in top 3 have all tires, are low on fuel, and are possibly fuel saving. So Gaskel has to make everything in 20 minutes. Now, okay, it's completely different from early on. I honestly didn't think about the possibility of having enough fuel for the whole time. They clearly have enough fuel for the whole time. Maybe with some fuel strategy in place. But it's quite clear that Gaskel is not really battling for second anymore. Rather, he will struggle to get third. So I honestly didn't see this strategy in my mind. It didn't cross my mind that they could just not stop, as the steam timer resets even if you go for a drive-through. So very interesting indeed. As here the situation is slightly different with Galitsky that pitted entirely, and he now sits behind Naskitashvili that simply went on to put more fuel in the car. And I'm still not convinced by the fact that the race control tool I'm using is showing 2 drive-through for Naskitashvili, but I'm perfectly sure that this is impossible since they went into the pits 6 times. And the others 5. And one of them has to be a drive-through, so clearly the drive-through was simply their car going into the pits. But anyway, not that I understood the issue, simply a visual glitch. It's time to say that Naskitashvili's tactic of not changing tires may work in the short term. 17 minutes to go, enough to get at least a top 10 finish. But this car is slow on these old tires, obviously. Gaskel's lap times are great, that's the only way to say it, but possibly they changed tires wasn't a good idea. Because now they sit 10 seconds behind Riley, although with a second per lap being gained on Riley and a second and a half gained on Caracas. I don't think that will be... Maybe it's just enough to get into third, but certainly not second. Certainly not second. Meanwhile, Christian Buescher and now Anatoly Kritin. Battling for position number 15. As Eurobit intensifies, gets closer and closer to the car in 15th place. So close that you can see from the splitter cam how close it is. We can practically touch the diffuser. As the orange M4 GT3 is getting pressured into a mistake. Good idea there for the Ferrari driver that went on to lift off while preparing to lap the GT4 car, but maybe a bit too much. But maybe just enough to get in front of Kritin. Oh, cutting the line as much as possible and as early as possible, and now 15th place for them. Now Holter, behind both of them, sitting in 17th place, has the chance to get 16th and then 15th place. While Galitsky is still battling with Nasgidashvili for 8th place. So after a drive-through, getting 8th is incredible for this team. They are sitting 30 seconds behind Santema, but to be fair, with this pace I think they could have gone up to 5th at best. So overall, they're not too far away, even with the drive-through getting picked at the very beginning of the race. Rapid update on what is happening in 3rd place. Jonathan Riley 17.6, Sam Gaskell 16.0. As now Bastian Holter goes into the inside, dives into the inside, maybe a bit too much, but takes the place and takes the position, and that's now 16th place for DB3 Motorsport with Bastian Holter driving the car. Next target, Christian Buescher. Remember that some teams here are also driving alone, one of them being Adler in 5th place at the moment, Santema in 7th, Patanovic in 13th, He's in 14th, Kritin in 17th place, Anod in 19th place, Kiefer in 21st place, Buresh in 23rd, Antonen in 28th, and Raunio in 31st place. These drivers are all driving alone in the car. Now you can go on to drive into the endurance races even if you are a lone driver. Asklin Galitsky very impatient on making a move on skid mark racing that had some difficulties along the way. But for now they are keeping up the pace, and they're actually about to, well, not for certain, but certainly at least a top 10 should be possible with the current rhythm. 11 minutes to go, roughly. Five laps, maybe 6. So as it senses, it's a very nice effort from this team that never gave up, went on to different strategies to try to get something out of what they had at the beginning. So nothing. And now they are all the way up in 8th. Although I'm not really confident they will remain in 8th. I think Galitsky has more pace, but as we saw multiple times, you also have to be able to make overtakes, not only reach other drivers. Little update up front, Riley 16.9, Gaskell 15.9. With the current situation, Gaskell may not be able to clinch into 3rd at all. And as we see here, Galitsky gets on the outside after good slipstream from the car number 103, and Naskitashvili remains at the very top of the duo. This is just helping Rockefeller getting closer, but possibly this is also Naskitashvili's plan. So I was saying Gaskell's rhythm may not be enough to get Riley. And that's because a second per lap means 5 laps practically. But I don't think we have 5 laps. I think we have just 4 now. Because 6 minutes is 3 laps. Narrowly. So 8 minutes and 20 seconds is effectively 4 laps to go. And Niklas Huben is yet to cross the line. So it is 4 laps to go. So a second per lap is not enough. Galitsky, on the other hand, is quite close to making a position, even if 10 seconds remained. The gap is 4 tenths, so it's perfectly doable for Timor Esports to make the place. This doesn't mean it's certain that they will make the place. Galitsky still remains behind. Could this be the time for change? Oh, little contact between the two, clearly not very happy about it. Naskitashvili making more contact. Oh, that's extremely wide for Galitsky. Oh, major incident there, and that's off, and that's Naskitashvili into the wall with Rockefeller taking the place. And according to the commentator, they will not get 10th place very likely after Megan's get the overtake done just prior to Bruxelles. No, it doesn't. So maybe there's still a chance for 10th place. But what happened there, completely demolishing the race car for Naskitashvili, I'd like to have more point of views of what happened there after the likely to happen overtake here. It was a very aggressive Nazgidashvili there on the defensive side, with a lot of door-to-door, and this could actually put the team that is currently leading the championship in a bit of a difficult position, out of top 10 in the standings, in the race standings, obviously, not the championship standings. For now, they are still in 10th. They are with a damaged car, and there is a quite long straight that could give them some headache, and it's not even going to happen in the straights, because there are obviously multiple straights in here as Caracas passes through. Blue flags for the duo here, which will not put an happy face on Caracas team, as I have to let the fastest car pass. But nothing is happening at the moment. 5 minutes to go. It's also to be said that Caracas is not really in a rush anymore. So possibly, as you can see here, some bump draft is acceptable. Just make your move and get away from my side. But it doesn't happen, as Megan's remains behind. This Aston Martin number 103, now into Bruxelles. Still nothing. This is just becoming a great point of view for Caracas. Look at this. I don't think he's even pushing for a pass at this point. We just have a perfect point of view of what we could see from here. You just let them fight, I guess, at this point. Yeah, Caracas is not even trying to get through this. He is confident that those 11 seconds will be enough. So we have a perfect view of what is happening. You can see Megan's trying in every possible way to get the overtake done on an injured Aston Martin, now onto the inside, because Blashemonte is a left-hand corner. Will he make it? Oh, I think he will. Yeah, definitely Nazgidashvili can't really defend. Oh, that's an off-track. Will it be a track limit violation? Will it be drive-through for Megans? We will know in upcoming minutes. Doesn't seem like it for now. But it was a track limit violation, that's for certain. But we can also see what happened early on with the incident. So look at this. This is what happened. So there was contact, more contact, even more contact, definitely some more contact. A bit too much contact in my mind. And no, not now. Where was it? Give it back. I think it was around here. It was around here, you can see. So definitely some important contacts between the two cars. Then the Aston Martin 113 gets off the racing line, and by coming back, a bit of a pit maneuver and into the wall. So look at this. Yeah, it wasn't really fair from both parties. and the wheel wasn't exactly straight. The wheel wasn't exactly pointing the correct way in my mind. I still have a lap. Yes, I still have a lap. So, apologies. So this happened, and then more contact, which put the car completely off. Now this is the final lap of the race. It's the final lap of our 4.5 hours around Spa-Francorchamps, with Niklas Huben driving an exceptional race without any real difficulty, without any real issue, without any real problem, and nearly without competition. After the very first overtake at the very beginning of the race, it was a downhill for Team Nitro, with Niklas Huben and Sasha Wasner driving in the car number 1 or 2. They qualified in 3rd place in the Bentley. Then went on to 2nd, went on to 1st, and then completely dominated this race. That even without changing tires, they are still lapping into the 16.6, which is an entire second quicker than Riley and narrowly faster than what Gaskell was able to achieve. Also, look at the last 3 laps, apart from the one 3 laps away from now. 16.6, 16.6. It's also a constant good lap, but after 4.5 hours, after 115 laps, after more than 700 kilometers, it's going to be a win for Team Nitro, for Niklas Huben, for Sasha Wasner in the car number 1 or 2. They will win 4.5 hours of Spa-Francorchamps in front of everyone else. And that's Dan Caracas. That early on, I thought they were simply giving up 2nd place at that point, but with an important strategy, without changing tires, they surprised me. Kept a pace, steady enough to get them 2nd place in the standings. That's Visceral Esports, with Scuderia Ferrari HP just in front of Sam Gaskell, with 255 competitions by Go setups. And Dynamic, or DYMC, I don't know if I have to call them Dynamic, win in GT4 class. That's Lucas Bushak and Marvin Moritz that won in their class. Congratulations to them. And a long way to go for the current 2nd place. So we will go back to GT3 as Madcap Racing in the car number 105 will complete the race in 5th place overall. As the car number 108 is now into Blanchimont, with the 406 and the 403 that will be one of the last cars across the line. That's Ferrari ahead. That's Milan Kiss in 14th place. That will end the race for Drive to Sim Racing, as Future Racing Esports gets 6th place, as Christian Bucher for Eurobit Intensifies gets on to get 15th place, but it's Abe Santema for Mcon Esports in 7th place. Meanwhile, 2nd place in GT4, that's DK Racing for Daniel, with Daniel Kiefer driving for them. And 3rd in class, Erik Beckman and Soren Boer will end up in third in class for Fisher Racing Academy in GT4. And the last few cars here, these are Loris Vega, that just ends up in front of Raunio for Ahibua Racing. So this is the end of the race. Let me just take away the tower. With some teams that didn't end the race. No afterward penalties as it stands, and it's nearly 5 hours that have passed. Just here in our broadcast, I just want to give you the results if they are already in, which I've doubt. You see, this is still Barcelona, this is still Barcelona. Okay, let me just wait a couple of seconds then for the standings to come up. I probably need the server to be, yeah, okay, disconnected, so I can also do this. This is still Barcelona. I'd like you to update. Come on. Okay, still nothing apparently here. So we can have a look at the standings that up until now, these were the standings with Skillmark Racing clearly ahead of Fisher Racing Esports and LFM Esports, with West Competition Racing that didn't score this evening, and a Daily Racing team that didn't either, with QRT Esports that had a bit of a tremendous afternoon, and Alpha Racing team that didn't score, Ranieri Racing that didn't score. And just back to the very first page. Home of Serie Racing Esports that ended up in the race in, I think 8th place, maybe 9th, don't remember correctly, and CMRC Endurance that also wasn't in the race, with 255 competitions that ended up in 4th place. I honestly want to give you the final standing before. Oh, hey, here we are. Team Nitro wins 24 seconds in front of Visceral Esports, then Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team with 255 competitions just in 4th, and Madcap Racing in 5th place. Whereas Almost Racing was in 12th place early on. And these are all the 23 cars that have been in the race, but only 19 will score points after 4 of them DNF'd during the race. That the teams were Rainieri Racing, Skillmark Racing, Adrenaline Racing Team, and QRT Esports. Meanwhile, in GT4, this was the results. These were results with Dynamic MS Youngstars in the lead, with DK Racing following, and then Fisher Racing Academy in 3rd, the only 3 cars that weren't lapped, with Alpha Racing Team in 4th, No Speed Racing in 5th, Racing Team Hungary in 6th place, with Samurai Racing Team in 7th, Penguin Racing in 8th, and TSC Racing being the only team that didn't score points for the evening after DNFing after 42 laps. And I think I also have the newer standings. Just refresh to be certain. I think Skillmark Racing, I think it changed. Not entirely sure. what their change in standings, but just to be safe, we'll just end up with the GT3 results in the endurance race after Team Nissan gained 2000 points, and the current leaders, Skillmark Racing, only 800 points. In any case, I'm Cristiano Romano. This was the 4.5 hours of Spa-Francorchamps. I hope you all had a good time and a good afternoon and a good evening. But in any case, I will see you all next time. So wherever you are in the world, good evening, good night, and I will see you all next time. Bye!